Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, they began renovations expecting mold and dust. But when they opened the living room walls, shoes poured out, pairs of all sizes, old and worn, stuffed tightly between the beams. Every sole had something carved into it. Most were initials. A few were full names. None of them matched the family. The Halston family had purchased the modest colonial-style home on Wicker Street in June of 2018. The neighborhood of Oakwood Heights in northern Vermont had always been considered quaint, safe, and unremarkable. The four-bedroom house built in 1963 needed updates but had good bones, as their realtor, Pamela Decker, had assured them. Daniel and Elise Halston, with their two young children, had moved from Boston seeking the slower pace of small-town life. The previous owner, Gerald Winthrop, an elderly widower, had lived there for nearly 40 years before moving to a retirement facility in Florida. The house had sold quickly below market value, which the Halstons viewed as fortuitous timing. The inspection had revealed only standard issues: outdated electrical wiring, minor water damage in the basement, the usual settling cracks in the plaster. Nothing that would suggest what they would find 11 months later. Daniel Halston was an architect by profession, which made the discovery all the more unsettling to him. Houses have stories, he would later tell Detective Marion Holloway, but they don't typically hide secrets in their walls, at least not like this. The renovation began in May 2019, nearly a year after they had moved in. Daniel had wanted to open up the living room by removing a non-load-bearing wall that divided it from the dining area. They hired a local contractor, Jeff Briggs, who arrived with his assistant on a Tuesday morning. The work began normally enough, with plastic sheeting laid down and the furniture moved to the center of the room. Briggs made the first cut into the drywall around 10:30 a.m. I remember hearing him say, "What the hell?" Elise would later recall. There was this pause, and then I heard something falling, like a cascade of objects hitting the floor. What had fallen was the first of what would ultimately be catalogued as 57 shoes. Men's shoes, women's shoes, children's shoes. They had been meticulously arranged between the wall studs, packed tightly, all with their soles facing outward toward the living room. Each had been modified with careful, deliberate carvings. Jeff Briggs had immediately stopped work and called the Halstons. "In 30 years of construction, I've found some strange things in walls," he would later tell the local newspaper. "Dead animals, old bottles, even a time capsule once, but never anything like this." The Halstons' first instinct was confusion rather than fear. Daniel took photographs of the shoes as they lay scattered across the dropped cloths. The oldest appeared to date from the 1960s, while the newest styles seemed to be from the mid-1990s. They were worn but not ragged, as if they had been carefully selected at the point of being replaced by their owners. On the sole of each shoe was a carving, crude but legible. Most contained initials: AM, BTK, CP, DLS. A few had full names: Sarah, Tomas, Rebecca W1 Shoe. A child's saddle, Oxford, had both a name and a date: Emily, 1973. Elise called the police around noon. Officer Paul Kramer arrived 30 minutes later, expecting to dismiss what he assumed was an overreaction to finding old trash in the walls. His incident report, however, noted his immediate concern upon seeing the collection. "The items appear to have been deliberately placed and modified," he wrote. "The systematic nature of the collection suggests purpose rather than disposal." Detective Marion Holloway was assigned to investigate by that evening. At 57, Holloway had been with the Oakwood Heights Police Department for 28 years. She had handled everything from petty theft to the occasional murder, but nothing that matched the peculiar nature of this discovery. My first thought was that we were dealing with a collector, someone with an unusual fixation, Holloway would later explain. But collectors display their collections, they don't hide them inside walls. Holloway's investigation began with the previous owner, Gerald Winthrop. Records showed he had purchased the house in 1979 from its original owners, the Perkins family, who had built it in 1963. Winthrop was still alive, residing at the Palm Shores retirement community in Naples, Florida. When reached by phone, the 86-year-old Winthrop expressed confusion and alarm. "I never opened those walls," he insisted. "Never had any reason to. The house was fine when I bought it, just needed some paint and new carpet." Holloway arranged for a local detective in Florida to interview Winthrop in person. The elderly man's reaction was deemed genuine. He had lived alone after his wife's death in 1992, working as an accountant until his retirement in 2007. Neighbors described him as quiet, private, and unremarkable. There was nothing to suggest he had any connection to the shoes. The investigation turned next to the original owners. The Perkins family had consisted of Harold and Diane Perkins and their 3 children. Harold had worked as a high school physics teacher, while Diane had been a nurse at the local hospital. They had sold the house when Harold took a teaching position at a private school in New Hampshire. Holloway located Thomas Perkins, the eldest son, now 67 and living in Burlington. His recollection of the house was largely positive, though he noted that his father had been particular about the home's maintenance. "Dad did a lot of work on that house himself," Thomas recalled. "He was always tinkering with something, but I never saw him do anything strange with shoes. That would have been, well, we would have noticed something like that." The shoes themselves provided the next focus for the investigation. The county crime lab documented each one meticulously, photographing, measuring, and attempting to date them. DNA testing was limited by age and contamination, but was attempted on several samples. The carvings were analyzed for handwriting patterns. 3 weeks into the investigation, Detective Holloway received the first substantive lead. A local historian, Darlene Meeks, contacted the police department after reading about the case in the newspaper. Meeks had been researching disappearances in northern Vermont for a book she was writing. Between 1965 and 1997, 17 people were reported missing within a 30-mile radius of Oakwood Heights, Meeks explained to Holloway. Most were dismissed as runaways or voluntary disappearances, but I've always thought the number was unusually high for such a rural area. Holloway obtained the case files for these disappearances. The names didn't immediately connect to the initials carved in the shoes, but the time frame aligned with the apparent age of the footwear. Of particular interest was the case of Emily Dunn, a 9-year-old who had vanished while walking home from a friend's house in July 1973, the same name and date carved into the child's saddle Oxford. The Halston family, meanwhile, had moved into a hotel. The house on Wicker Street had been cordoned off as a potential crime scene. The walls in the rest of the house were systematically opened, revealing no additional shoes, but uncovering something perhaps more disturbing. The interior of the basement walls had been lined with a layer of soundproofing material not mentioned in any of the building records. By the 2-month mark, the investigation had expanded significantly. The FBI had been called in to assist with potential connections to missing persons cases. The shoes were sent to a specialized lab in Quantico for more advanced analysis. Ground-penetrating radar was used to examine the property for any disturbances in the soil that might indicate buried remains. No bodies were found on the property, but the radar did detect an anomaly beneath the concrete floor of the detached garage. When the concrete was removed, investigators discovered a metal box containing photographs, 42 Polaroids of different individuals, each appearing to be sleeping or unconscious. The faces were not clear in many of the images, but clothing visible in some matched descriptions from missing persons reports. Harold Perkins had died in 2001. His wife, Diane, was located in an assisted living facility in New Hampshire, suffering from advanced dementia. She was unable to provide any coherent information. Their two younger children had both died, one in a car accident in 1988, the other from cancer in 2013. The investigation stalled as winter approached. The media coverage, initially intense, began to wane. The Halston family decided not to return to the house, putting it up for sale with full disclosure about its history, which effectively made it unsellable. In December, Detective Holloway received a letter postmarked from New Hampshire. Inside was a single sheet of paper with typed text. He always kept the souvenirs. It was his way of remembering. The shoes were special because they carried people's weight, their journey. He said you could tell everything about a person from their shoes. He never killed them, if that's what you're wondering. He just collected them, collected their essence. The house remembers them now, as do I. The letter was signed simply, D. Forensic analysis determined that the letter had been typed on a modern computer printer. The envelope had been handled by multiple people, making fingerprint identification impossible. The postmark came from a large postal facility that processed mail from dozens of towns. In January, Diane Perkins died peacefully in her sleep at the assisted living facility. Staff reported that in her final days, she had become unexpectedly lucid, repeatedly asking for Harold's box and mentioning that the shoes need polishing. The investigation remains officially open. The FBI continues to attempt to match the initials and names to missing persons cases across the Northeast. The shoes are stored in an evidence locker at the county courthouse. The house on Wicker Street remains empty, its walls now fully exposed in several rooms, the framing visible like the ribs of some great skeleton. Daniel Halston has since relocated his family to Arizona. Some mysteries, he told a reporter before leaving Vermont, aren't meant to be solved. Some houses hold onto their secrets. We just couldn't live with those particular ones. Detective Holloway still drives past the house occasionally. She has developed a theory, though she admits it's speculative. I think Harold Perkins was either collecting trophies or preserving evidence, she said in her last official statement on the case. The shoes weren't just mementos, they were records. The question is, records of what? And why did he feel they needed to be hidden rather than destroyed? The walls no longer hold shoes, but they still hold questions. In Oakwood Heights, the house has become something of a local legend. Teenagers dare each other to stand on the porch at night. The real estate listing has been removed, the property now in a kind of limbo. And somewhere, perhaps, there are people who have gone decades wondering why a loved one never came home, unaware that the last steps they took might have been preserved, carved into the sole of a shoe, and hidden away between the studs of a house on Wicker Street, where the walls remember what the living have forgotten. Crime 2, it looked authentic, stone base, metal grate, ashes scattered across the hearth. but when they knocked on the back, it rang hollow. Inside, behind a thin wooden panel, was a narrow space lined with insulation and blankets. Someone had lived there, and scrawled on the inside wall, "Only sleep when it's quiet." The house at 1723 Pineview Lane in Lakewood, Illinois, had stood empty for 6 months before Marissa Jennings decided to buy it. A recent divorcee starting fresh at 43, she'd been drawn to its modest charm and the below-market price. The previous owners, an elderly couple named Harold and Margaret Fleming, had both passed away within weeks of each other earlier that year. Their children, who lived out of state, were eager to sell. "It needs some updating," the realtor had told Marissa, gesturing vaguely at the faded wallpaper and worn carpeting, "but it's structurally sound." Marissa moved in on October 12, 2019, a crisp autumn day when the maple trees lining the street blazed red and orange. Her best friend, Diane, helped her unpack boxes and arrange furniture in the living room. When they finished, they shared a bottle of wine in front of the ornate stone fireplace, the home's main selling point. "Have you tried it yet?" Diane asked, nodding at the fireplace. "Not yet. The inspector said it needs cleaning first." Marissa ran her hand along the rough stone. Beautiful craftsmanship, though. That night after Diane left, Marissa fell asleep on the couch. She woke suddenly at 3:17 a.m., unsure what had disturbed her. The house creaked gently, settling. Old houses made noises. This was something she'd need to get used to. But as she lay there in the darkness, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was different about the room. The next morning she noticed it, a thin line of soot on the hardwood floor in front of the fireplace. Puzzled, she knelt to wipe it up, assuming it had fallen from the uncleaned chimney. 3 days later, there was more soot, despite her not having used the fireplace. Small disturbances continued. Items in the kitchen rearranged slightly. A half-empty glass of water she didn't remember pouring. The bathroom door, which she always left open, found closed in the morning. Marissa blamed her own forgetfulness, the stress of the divorce, the adjustment to living alone. Then came the sounds, faint scratching sometimes, like mice in the walls. Other times, something that might have been whispers, too soft to make out words, always between 2:00 and 4:00 a.m. Marissa invested in earplugs. 2 weeks after moving in, Marissa invited her younger brother, James, to stay for the weekend. James, a contractor by trade, offered to look at the fireplace and see if it needed repairs. "This is strange," he said, shining a flashlight up the chimney. "The flue doesn't open all the way." He tapped around the fireplace, listening to the sounds his knocking produced. When he reached the back wall, the hollow sound startled them both. "That's not right," James murmured. "This should be solid." Together they pulled away the metal grate and removed the fake logs. James pressed firmly on the back panel, and it gave slightly. With a pry bar from his truck, he carefully worked the edges until the panel popped free. Behind it was a space roughly 5 feet deep and 7 feet tall, extending into what should have been solid wall. It had been carefully lined with foam insulation, and several tattered blankets lay crumpled on the floor. A plastic bucket sat in one corner. A small shelf held granola bars, bottled water, and a flashlight. But what made Marissa's blood run cold were the words scratched into the wooden frame, "Only sleep when it's quiet." They called the police immediately. Detective Sarah Rowlands arrived within the hour, her face grave as she examined the hidden room. "Someone lived in here," she stated, carefully bagging the items as evidence. "And based on the dust patterns, I'd say it wasn't that long ago." The investigation revealed more disturbing details. The hidden room had been constructed sometime in the last 3 years, according to building records. Harold Fleming, the previous owner, had hired contractors for minor renovations, but had supervised the work himself. Most troubling were the small holes drilled through the back panel, perfectly positioned to allow whoever hid inside to watch the living room undetected. Detective Rowlands interviewed Margaret and Harold's adult children, who expressed shock at the discovery. Dad was always tinkering with the house, their son explained, but this doesn't make sense. Further investigation of the Flemings' finances revealed that Harold had withdrawn large sums of cash in the months before his death, over $30,000 in total. There was no record of how the money had been spent. The mystery deepened when police searched county records and discovered 3 similar cases within a 50-mile radius over the past decade. Hidden rooms found in homes, all after the elderly owners had died or moved to care facilities. In each case, there were signs of recent occupation by an unknown person. A breakthrough came when Detective Rowlands re-interviewed the home healthcare worker who had attended to Margaret Fleming in her final months. The worker recalled something odd. Mrs. Fleming sometimes talked about the quiet man who helped around the house. I assumed she meant her husband or maybe a handyman, but Mr. Fleming always looked confused when she mentioned it. Police now theorized that someone, possibly a drifter or person experiencing homelessness, had somehow convinced Harold Fleming to build the hidden room, perhaps through manipulation or threats. This person had likely lived there for months, emerging when the elderly couple was asleep or out of the house. Fingerprints collected from the space behind the fireplace yielded no matches in any database. The granola bar wrappers were a common brand sold in thousands of stores. The blankets contained DNA from multiple people, suggesting they might have been taken from a shelter or donation center. For Marissa, the discovery changed everything. She couldn't stay in the house knowing someone had watched her through those tiny holes. She listed the property for sale just 1 month after moving in, disclosing the disturbing find to potential buyers. Before she moved out, Detective Rowlands installed cameras throughout the house and in the yard, hoping the person might return. For 3 weeks, nothing happened. Then, on the night before Marissa's scheduled move, a motion sensor was triggered in the backyard at 2:34 a.m. The camera footage showed a tall, thin figure standing motionless at the edge of the yard, staring at the house for nearly 20 minutes before melting back into the darkness. The image was too grainy for identification. Marissa moved out the next day. The house at 1723 Pineview Lane remained on the market for over a year before finally selling at a significantly reduced price. Detective Rowlands continued investigating the case, connecting it to similar incidents across 3 states. A pattern emerged: elderly homeowners, isolated locations, unexplained home modifications, and reports of items going missing or being moved. The media dubbed the unknown subject the Quiet Man, after Margaret Fleming's description. Despite increased awareness and numerous tips, no suspect was ever identified or apprehended. 5 years later, Marissa still startles at unexpected noises in her new apartment. She keeps all interior doors open at all times, and she never, ever has a fireplace. As for the hidden room behind the false fireplace, it remains one of the most disturbing examples of how vulnerable we might be in our own homes, never knowing who might be watching from just a few feet away, separated only by a thin wooden panel, waiting for the moment when the house falls quiet. Crime 3, too pale, too smooth. At first glance it just looked old, but the wallpaper in the guest room had a strange texture, soft, almost rubbery. Forensics confirmed it, not paper, not synthetic. It had been handmade, stretched, and embedded in one corner, a single eyelash was still stuck in the seam. The house on Mulberry Lane had been vacant for almost 3 years before Evelyn Carter purchased it in the winter of 2017. A bargain, she'd told her sister on the phone, a Victorian-style home with original woodwork just outside of Bridgewater, Massachusetts, selling for less than half its market value. The real estate agent had been suspiciously eager to close the deal, mentioning something about the previous owners relocating quickly due to a family emergency. Evelyn was a retired art teacher. At 67, she had spent her life surrounded by textures and materials, developing a sensitivity to the tactile world that most people never cultivate. This sensitivity is what drew her attention to the wallpaper in the upstairs guest bedroom during her 3rd week in the house. "Something about it isn't right," she mentioned to her neighbor, Martha Kelly, over tea one afternoon. "It's like touching something that shouldn't be touched." Martha had smiled politely, assuming the comment was just another of Evelyn's artistic eccentricities. After all, the entire neighborhood knew the house had been neglected. Old wallpaper was the least of its problems. On the morning of February 18th, Evelyn called a local contractor to discuss renovations. The contractor, James Denton, arrived at 10:15 a.m. Evelyn led him through the house, pointing out areas that needed attention. When they reached the guest bedroom, James ran his fingers along the wall and frowned. "This isn't wallpaper, ma'am," he said, pressing his thumb against the surface. "I'm not sure what this is." 4 hours later, the Bridgewater Police Department received a call from James. Officers arrived to find Evelyn sitting silently on her front porch, wrapped in a blanket despite the mild temperature. James was waiting in his truck, visibly distressed. Detective Sarah Mills had been with the Bridgewater PD for 12 years. She specialized in property crimes, burglaries, vandalism, fraud, but nothing in her training had prepared her for what they found in the guest bedroom of Evelyn Carter's Victorian home. The wallpaper wasn't wallpaper, she would later explain to the district attorney. It was human skin, preserved, treated, and mounted to the wall like decorative paper. The skin had been expertly preserved, most likely using a tanning process similar to leather making. Laboratory tests would later confirm it belonged to at least 3 different individuals, 2 women and 1 man, all Caucasian, ages estimated between 25 and 40. The eyelash found in the seam belonged to a woman with naturally blonde hair. The investigation into the Carter house quickly expanded. Records showed the property had been owned by the Lawson family for 17 years before its sudden sale in 2014. Gregory and Diane Lawson had moved to the area from Colorado in 1997 with their teenage son, Elliot. They kept to themselves, recalled Dennis Weber, who had lived across the street for 2 decades. Greg worked from home, something with computers. Diane was always gardening. The boy was quiet, polite when you talked to him, but you didn't see him much once he hit his 20s. Police records showed no calls to the Lawson residents during their time in Bridgewater. No complaints, no disturbances. Their departure had been abrupt, the house listed and sold within a month, with a real estate company handling the entire transaction. The Lawsons had apparently relocated to Arizona, though attempts to locate them there proved unsuccessful. As Detective Mills dug deeper, disturbing patterns began to emerge. Between 2007 and 2014, 3 people had been reported missing within a 15-mile radius of Bridgewater. None of the cases had been solved. The first was Amber Hutchinson, 28, a nurse at Bridgewater State Hospital who disappeared after her shift on July 12, 2007. Her car was found in the hospital parking lot, her purse still inside. Security footage showed her walking to her vehicle at 11:42 p.m., but she never appeared to enter it. The second was Richard Cooley, 39, a divorced father of 2 who worked as an accountant. He was last seen leaving his office on October 3, 2010. His ex-wife reported him missing when he failed to pick up their children the following weekend. The third was Melissa Winters, 32, who vanished while jogging near Lake Nipponicket on April 18, 2013. Her running shoes were found neatly placed on the shore, but extensive searches of the lake and surrounding woods yielded nothing. DNA samples from the skin in Evelyn's guest room were compared to genetic material from the missing persons cases. By March 2018, the results confirmed what investigators had feared. The wallpaper contained skin from all 3 missing individuals. The focus shifted to finding the Lawson family, particularly Elliot, who would have been in his early 30s during the disappearances. Records indicated he had studied chemistry at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, but dropped out during his junior year. Former classmates described him as brilliant but socially awkward, with a particular interest in preservation techniques. He was obsessed with Egyptian mummification, said a former roommate who wished to remain anonymous. He talked about how the ancient methods could be improved with modern science. It was weird, but lots of people are into weird stuff in college. A nationwide search for the Lawsons revealed that Gregory had died of pancreatic cancer in 2015 in a hospice facility in Phoenix. Diane had moved into an assisted living facility shortly after, suffering from early-onset dementia. Elliot had visited her regularly until December 2017, when he stopped coming. The facility staff had no forwarding address. Detective Mills spent hours interviewing Diane Lawson, but her condition made it difficult to extract coherent information. During one session, however, Diane became agitated when shown a picture of the guest bedroom in her former home. "Elliot's special project," she whispered, clutching at Mill's sleeve. "He said it would make them part of our family forever. Greg didn't want to know, I didn't want to know, but Elliot said they were lonely people who wouldn't be missed." The investigation uncovered a disturbing possibility. Elliot Lawson had been operating undetected for years, possibly continuing his activities in a new location. The discovery of the modified wallpaper had been accidental. If Evelyn Carter hadn't possessed an artist's sensitivity to textures, it might have remained undiscovered for years. In July 2018, a property manager in Burlington, Vermont, reported finding unusual materials in a storage unit whose rent had fallen into arrears. The contents included specialized chemical equipment, tanning agents, and detailed notebooks describing a process for preserving human skin. The unit had been rented under the name Ellis Lawrence. Surveillance footage from the storage facility matched photos of Elliot Lawson. A search of nearby rental properties led police to a small cabin outside Burlington, rented by the same alias. The cabin was empty when police arrived, but evidence suggested someone had left in a hurry, food still on the table, clothes in the dryer. In the basement, investigators found a workspace similar to what they imagined must have existed in the Bridgewater house. Stainless steel tables, drainage systems, ventilation equipment, and specialized tools. The space was immaculately clean, but luminol testing revealed traces of blood that had been meticulously cleaned from the surfaces. To date, Elliot Lawson, or Ellis Lawrence, has not been found. The FBI has added him to their most wanted list, with alerts at border crossings and international airports. Periodically, reports surface of someone matching his description, but nothing has been confirmed. Evelyn Carter never returned to the house on Mulberry Lane. The property was seized as evidence and remains under government control, a silent monument to unimaginable horror behind its Victorian facade. Occasionally, someone leaves flowers at the mailbox, small bouquets for Amber, Richard, and Melissa, whose final resting place was as macabre as it was unique. Their families have found some closure, but not peace. And somewhere, perhaps even now, Elliot Lawson might be admiring the texture of someone's skin, envisioning how it would look stretched across a wall, too pale, too smooth, but perfect for his collection. The most disturbing thought, the one that keeps Detective Mills awake at night, is how many other houses might contain similar decorations, undetected and undisturbed. How many missing persons reports might really be cases of people who have, in the most literal sense, become part of someone else's home. The worst criminals aren't always the violent ones, Mills told a colleague. Sometimes they're the patient ones, the ones who turn horror into something so ordinary that you live with it, sleep near it, and never know it's there until you touch it and realize too late what it really is. Crime 4, during a routine bedbug inspection, the exterminator spotted something embedded in the wood, a molar, cracked and yellowed. When the frame was taken apart, they found more. 16 teeth, all human, all forced deep into the grain. The bed belonged to a man who lived alone and claimed to sleep just fine. Samuel Weiss had been living in the modest one-bedroom apartment on Mulberry Avenue for just over 7 years. To his neighbors, he was the quiet man in 3B who nodded politely in the hallway but rarely engaged in conversation. He worked nights as a security guard at the local hospital, which explained his odd hours and the perpetually drawn curtains. Some neighbors found him peculiar, but in the bustling apartment complex of Riverdale Heights in northern Michigan, most people kept to themselves anyway. Sam was 43, never married, with no children. He maintained sporadic contact with a sister in Minneapolis, but otherwise seemed content with his solitude. His apartment was sparsely decorated. A television, a small dining table, and a collection of psychology books were the only notable possessions in his living room. But the bedroom contained his prized possession, an antique oak bed frame that he'd purchased from an estate sale in Traverse City back in 2019. The bed frame was ornate for such a simple living space, curving headboard, hand-carved posts, and dark, rich wood that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. Sam had often mentioned to the building's superintendent that he slept better on that bed than he had anywhere else in his life. It was only when complaints about a bed-bug infestation in the building became widespread that Sam's sanctuary was disturbed. Building management hired Precision Pest Control to inspect every unit. Jason Larkin, the exterminator who arrived at apartment 3B that Wednesday morning in April, had been in the business for 15 years. He'd seen all manner of infestations, hoarder situations, and strange living arrangements. But nothing in his experience had prepared him for what he would discover in Sam Weiss's bedroom. Sam reluctantly let Jason in after his third knock, apologizing for the delay and explaining that he'd been asleep after his night shift. He followed Jason through the apartment, hovering nervously as the exterminator conducted his inspection. "I really don't think I have bed bugs," Sam insisted, standing in the doorway of his bedroom. I've never had bites or seen any signs." Jason merely nodded, having heard similar denials dozens of times before. He checked the usual hiding spots, mattress seams, behind headboards, under nightstands. The apartment was unusually clean, which made his job easier. When he began examining the bed frame, running his gloved hand along the underside of the headboard, his fingers caught on something sharp. "Mind if I flip the mattress to check underneath?" Jason asked. Sam hesitated, then nodded, helping Jason remove the bedding and lift the mattress. With the mattress leaning against the wall, Jason crouched down to examine the wooden slats that supported it. That's when his flashlight beam caught something embedded in the wood, something that didn't belong. "What is that?" he muttered, leaning closer. At first he thought it was a piece of shell or perhaps a fragment of bone from an animal, but as he gently prodded it with his tool, the unmistakable shape of a human tooth came into focus. A molar, to be precise, forcibly pushed into the soft grain of the wood until only a small portion remained visible. Jason looked up at Sam, who was standing in the doorway, his expression unreadable. "Sir, there's something unusual here." Sam didn't respond. He simply watched as Jason continued his examination, discovering a second tooth, then a third, all pressed into different parts of the bed frame. By the time Jason had carefully inspected the entire structure, he had identified 16 teeth in total, molars, incisors, canines, all human, all deliberately embedded in the wood. "Mr. Weiss, I'm going to have to report this to the authorities," Jason said quietly, reaching for his phone with trembling hands. Sam's face remained passive. "They're just teeth," he said softly. "I sleep better with them there." Within an hour, Detective Elaine Mercer of the Riverdale Heights Police Department arrived with a forensic team. The small apartment was soon crowded with officers, technicians, and evidence markers. Sam sat calmly at his dining table as Detective Mercer questioned him, his answers direct but strangely devoid of emotion. "Where did you get the teeth, Mr. Weiss?" Mercer asked, her voice steady despite her unease. "They came with the bed," Sam replied. "I didn't put them there." "You bought the bed with human teeth already embedded in it." Mercer's skepticism was evident. "Yes, from an estate sale. The previous owner had died. His children were selling everything." "And you didn't think to mention this unusual feature to anyone, or remove them?" Sam's eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if genuinely confused by the question. "Why would I? They help me sleep." As the forensic team carefully extracted each tooth from the wood for analysis, Detective Mercer began researching the provenance of the bed frame. Sam provided the details of the estate sale, the name of the deceased, Gerald Hoffman, and the approximate date of purchase. While one team worked on identifying the teeth through dental records, another began investigating Gerald Hoffman. The preliminary findings were unsettling. Gerald Hoffman had been a retired dentist who died of natural causes at the age of 79. His children, now located in Chicago and Seattle, confirmed selling their father's belongings after his death, but expressed shock and horror at the discovery of teeth in the bed frame. They insisted their father had been a respected professional, beloved in the community of Traverse City, where he had practiced for over 40 years. Back at the lab, forensic odontologist Dr. Rachel Chen made a disturbing discovery as she examined the teeth. These weren't extracted in a clinical setting, she explained to Detective Mercer. The roots show signs of forcible removal. These teeth were pulled from living people without proper tools or anesthesia. Meanwhile, officers searching Sam's apartment found a journal hidden in a hollow book on his shelf. The entries, dating back 3 years, detailed Sam's increasingly vivid dreams, dreams he claimed came to him through the bed. "When I sleep, they speak to me," one entry read. 16 voices, 16 stories, they were his patients. He took more than just their teeth. He took their pain, their fear, their last moments. And now they share it all with me night after night. I don't mind. Their stories deserve to be heard. Detective Mercer expanded the investigation to include Gerald Hoffman's former dental practice. Old patient records were subpoenaed, and investigators began the painstaking process of cross-referencing the extracted teeth with dental records of patients who had visited Hoffman's practice over his 4 decades of work. The first match came 3 weeks into the investigation, a premolar belonging to Patricia Lawson, who had been reported missing in 1985 after a dental appointment. Her case had gone cold decades ago. By the end of the month, they had identified 14 of the 16 teeth, all belonging to individuals who had disappeared between 1974 and 2003, all of whom had appointments with Dr. Hoffman shortly before vanishing. The pattern was chilling but still puzzling. The disappearances had occurred every few years, with victims ranging in age from 17 to 64. There seemed to be no connection between them other than being Hoffman's patients. And despite extensive searches of Hoffman's former property and the surrounding areas, no bodies were ever found. Sam Weiss was brought in for further questioning, but psychological evaluation determined he had no prior knowledge of the crimes. His only connection to the case was his purchase of the bed and his strange affinity for it. The journal entries suggested he had experienced vivid dreams about the victims, but there was no evidence he had participated in or known about the actual crimes. "I think they wanted to be found," Sam told Detective Mercer during their final interview. "That's why they spoke to me in my dreams. They told me their names, what happened to them, how he would administer extra anesthetic during routine procedures, how they would wake up somewhere dark, how the last thing they remembered was his voice telling them to open wider." Sam was eventually released without charges, though he required psychiatric evaluation and treatment for what doctors diagnosed as a trauma-induced delusional disorder. The bed frame was confiscated as evidence in what would become known as the Hoffman dental murders, though the case remained partially unsolved. Without bodies, prosecutors could only build a circumstantial case against the deceased dentist. The teeth, however, told their own story: 16 lives interrupted, 16 voices silenced, 16 pieces of evidence embedded in wood where they never should have been. And somewhere, perhaps, 16 bodies still waiting to be found. Gerald Hoffman's children sold their father's rural property a year after his death, before any suspicion had fallen on him. The new owners had renovated extensively, tearing down an old shed and filling in what they'd been told was a disused well on the far edge of the property. Detective Mercer obtained a warrant to excavate the site, but after weeks of careful digging, the search was called off. If Gerald Hoffman had disposed of bodies there, they were long gone. As for Sam Weiss, he never returned to his apartment on Mulberry Avenue. After his release from psychiatric care, he moved to Arizona to live near his sister. He slept on a futon on the floor of his new apartment, refusing to own a proper bed again. In his final session with his therapist before leaving Michigan, he mentioned that he still dreamed of the 16 sometimes, not as nightmares, but as conversations. "They're at peace now," he said. "Someone finally heard them." The case files on the Hoffman dental murders remain open but inactive. Every few years, a new detective might dust them off, review the evidence, and perhaps follow up on a lead. But the teeth themselves, those 16 grim artifacts, rest in an evidence locker in the basement of the Riverdale Heights Police Department, still the only physical proof of crimes committed by a man who took his darkest secrets to the grave, all except for the trophies he couldn't bear to part with, pressed into the wood where he laid his head to sleep each night. And sometimes, late at night, the officer on duty swears they can hear something from the evidence room, not quite voices, but not quite silence either. Just the faint sound of something trying still to be heard. Crime 5, just a plain door in the back of the garage, no handle, no lock. But every night the dog would sit in front of it and bark until sunrise. When they finally opened it, there was no room behind it, only a cement wall with a single word painted in red, closer. In the quiet suburb of Pine Hollow, Pennsylvania, the Davis family lived what many would call the quintessential American life. Thomas Davis, a 42-year-old accountant, his wife Elaine, a part-time librarian, and their 2 children, Marcus and Lily, ages 14 and 9. Their colonial-style home on Sycamore Lane had the best yard on the block. Thomas made sure of that. Every Saturday morning, rain or shine, he would be out there, tending to his lawn with meticulous care, while Elaine planted seasonal flowers along the stone pathway. The neighbors described them as private but friendly, the kind of family who would wave from their driveway but rarely attend block parties. The children were well behaved, did well in school, and were involved in community activities, soccer for Marcus and ballet for Lily. Thomas coached his son's team on weekends, and Elaine volunteered at the library reading corner every other Thursday evening. Their golden retriever, Cooper, had been a gift to the children 3 years ago on Christmas morning of 2021. A gentle, obedient dog who rarely barked, which is why his behavior beginning in late October of 2023 was so perplexing. It started on a Tuesday night. The family had just finished dinner when Cooper began scratching at the door that led to the garage. Thomas let him out, assuming the dog needed to go to the bathroom. But instead of heading to the yard, Cooper sat in front of an old door at the back of the garage and began to bark. This door, plain white, seemingly original to the house's construction in the 1970s, had always been there. As far as the family knew, it led nowhere. The previous owners had explained it was part of an addition that was never completed, with a cement wall built directly behind it. "He probably smells a mouse," Thomas told the children when he brought Cooper back inside that night. But the next evening at precisely 10:17 p.m., the dog returned to the garage and resumed his vigil in front of the door, barking intermittently until dawn. By the 5th night, the entire family was exhausted from the disruption. Thomas decided to investigate more thoroughly, thinking perhaps a small animal had died behind the wall. Using a screwdriver, he managed to pry open the door that hadn't been opened since they moved in 7 years ago. As expected, there was just a cement wall, rough, unfinished concrete about 8 inches behind the door frame. But what caused Thomas to stumble backward was the single word painted in what appeared to be red paint, "Closer." "It has to be a prank from the previous owners," Elaine suggested when Thomas showed her. Maybe they were trying to scare the next family, or it was some inside joke. Thomas nodded, but something about the freshness of the paint troubled him. It didn't look decades old. The next day, Thomas called Roger Henderson, the previous homeowner, now living in Arizona. "A door in the garage, yeah, I remember that. The original owners were going to connect another room but ran out of money, so they just sealed it off. We never opened it, didn't even have a key for it. What did you find?" When Thomas described the word on the wall, there was a long pause on the line. That wasn't there when we left, Roger finally said. We had an inspection before we sold the house. No writing on that wall, I'm sure of it. Thomas thanked him and hung up, feeling a chill despite the warm October day. That evening, he used a hammer to break a small hole in the cement wall. It was only about 4 inches thick. Beyond it was darkness. The police arrived at the Davis home on November 3rd, 2023, after receiving a call from Elaine. Thomas had been missing for 36 hours. According to her statement, he had become increasingly obsessed with the door and whatever lay beyond the cement wall. The night before his disappearance, she had woken to find his side of the bed empty. From their bedroom window, she could see light in the garage. He was enlarging the hole, she told Detective Sarah Mercer. I told him to come back to bed, that we could call a contractor in the morning. He said he just wanted to see what was back there. He had this look in his eyes, like he wasn't really listening. The next morning, Thomas left for work as usual, kissing Elaine goodbye and reminding Marcus to bring his science project to school. But he never arrived at his office. His car was found that evening in the parking lot of Riverside Park, 3 miles from their home. His wallet, keys, and phone were still in the vehicle. A search of the Davis garage revealed that the hole in the cement wall had been enlarged significantly, now big enough for a person to crawl through. Detective Mercer shone her flashlight through the opening and discovered what appeared to be a narrow crawl space extending about 10 feet before turning sharply to the right. The house plans don't show any space like this, Mercer noted, reviewing the original blueprints obtained from the county records office. According to these, there should just be soil behind that wall. A forensic team was called in to investigate the crawl space. What they found defied explanation. The narrow passage extended for approximately 20 feet before opening into a small room about 6 feet square. The room contained a single folding chair, a battery-powered lantern, and dozens of Polaroid photographs pinned to the walls. The photographs showed the Davis family, Thomas, Elaine, Marcus, and Lily in their daily routines. Thomas mowing the lawn, Elaine reading in the backyard, the children waiting for the school bus, all taken from angles suggesting the photographer was observing from a distance unnoticed. Most disturbing were the photos of the family sleeping in their beds, clearly taken from inside their bedrooms while they were unaware. The timestamps on the back of these photos go back 3 years, Detective Mercer reported. The most recent one is dated just 2 weeks ago. On the floor of the small room was a journal. The handwriting matched samples of Thomas's from his office. The entries began normally enough, describing his growing curiosity about the door, but as the journal progressed, the writing became increasingly erratic and paranoid. October 30, 2023, I hear whispering coming from behind the wall sometimes. Elaine thinks I'm imagining things. Maybe I am. Cooper knows something isn't right. November 1, 2023, made a small hole tonight. There's a space back there. I can feel cold air coming through. Something is calling me to look further. November 2, 2023, the photographs weren't taken by someone watching us. They were taken by me. I just don't remember taking them. How is that possible? The voice behind the wall says I'll understand soon. It says I'm getting closer. The final entry, dated November 3rd, simply read, I know the truth now. I have to go deeper. If I don't come back, tell Elaine and the kids I'm sorry. A thorough search of the surrounding area with cadaver dogs yielded no sign of Thomas. Ground-penetrating radar showed no anomalies under the house or garage. Thomas Davis had vanished without a trace. The investigation took an even stranger turn 3 weeks later when Detective Mercer returned to the Davis home to follow up on some questions. Elaine led her to the garage to show her something disturbing. The cement wall behind the door had completely reformed, with no sign of the hole Thomas had made, and now, painted in the same red substance as before, was a new message: "He's with us now." Forensic analysis of the red substance revealed it to be common house paint mixed with human blood that matched Thomas Davis's type, though DNA testing was inconclusive due to degradation of the sample. The case attracted attention from paranormal investigators and conspiracy theorists alike, though Detective Mercer maintained a strictly evidence-based approach. "We're dealing with a missing person, possibly a homicide, not a ghost story," she told reporters firmly. 6 months later, with no new leads and no sign of Thomas Davis, the active investigation was scaled back. Elaine and the children eventually moved out of the house, unable to cope with the memories and the continuing mystery of the garage door. The new owners, the Blackwood family, were informed of the history of the property before purchasing it at a significantly reduced price. They immediately renovated the garage, removing the mysterious door and reinforcing the wall behind it with steel and concrete. For a time, all seemed well, until their dog, a black Labrador named Shadow, began sitting in front of the new wall every night at precisely 10:17 p.m., barking until sunrise. In a peculiar development, Marcus Davis, now 15, claimed to have received text messages from his father's number, a phone that had been sitting in a police evidence locker for months. The messages contained only one word, repeated over and over: "closer." Detective Mercer, who had kept in touch with the family, examined the phone in the evidence locker. It remained powered off, with no battery, yet the call logs showed outgoing messages sent to Marcus's number at 10:17 p.m. every night for the past week. The Davis case remains unsolved. Some in Pine Hollow whisper about the house on Sycamore Lane, about the door that led nowhere, and about Thomas Davis, who walked through it and never returned. The truth, whether mundane or something beyond understanding, lies somewhere in the darkness behind that wall where a single word beckons: closer. Cooper, the golden retriever, was adopted by Detective Mercer after Elaine decided the dog's continued fixation on garage doors was too difficult for the family to handle. Strangely, in his new home, Cooper exhibits no unusual behavior. He sleeps through the night, peaceful and quiet, as if whatever had disturbed him has finally been put to rest, or as if he knows something the rest of us don't. Every year on November 3rd, Cooper still sits by Detective Mercer's garage door at 10:17 p.m., not barking, just watching, waiting. And sometimes, if you listen very carefully, you might hear the faintest whisper coming from behind the wall: "Closer, closer, closer." Crime 6, the nursery hadn't been touched in years, toys still in place, mobile still spinning gently overhead. But the cradle was wrong. It rocked in reverse, pulling away instead of forward. And tucked inside the mattress was a faded receipt for a crib that had never been delivered. In the small town of Millridge, Connecticut, Sarah Keller had always been known as the quiet one. Growing up in a modest 2-story house with blue shutters on Elm Street, she developed a reputation for being methodical, precise, someone who color-coded her planner and alphabetized her spice rack. Her neighbors described her as pleasant but private, the kind of person who would bring you soup when you were sick but never stay for tea afterward. By 32, Sarah had built a life that matched her orderly personality. She worked remotely as a medical transcriptionist, married her college sweetheart James, and spent weekends tending to her garden of native perennials. The couple had been trying for a baby for nearly 3 years when Sarah finally announced her pregnancy in the winter of 2018. Friends noticed how Sarah transformed during those months, her usual reserve giving way to an uncharacteristic openness. She began keeping a pregnancy journal, documenting every flutter and kick. The nursery was prepared by the beginning of her 3rd trimester. Pale yellow walls, handmade curtains, a rocking chair passed down from James's grandmother. Sarah had selected each item with characteristic precision: organic cotton onesies, wooden toys, a sound machine with 13 different nature sounds. The cornerstone of the room was a white maple cradle that Sarah had ordered from a local craftsman. It was an heirloom piece, designed to rock with the gentlest touch. On May 17, 2019, at 2:43 a.m., Sarah gave birth to Emma Grace Keller. She weighed 6 pounds 4 ounces. The birth was uncomplicated, and mother and daughter were discharged from St. Mary's Hospital after 36 hours. The first week at home passed in a blur of midnight feedings and afternoon naps. Then on May 26th, Sarah called 911 at 6:22 a.m. "My baby," she said, "she's not breathing." When first responders arrived 7 minutes later, they found James performing CPR on the kitchen table. Sarah stood in the corner, completely still, her nightgown spotted with what looked like coffee stains. Emma was pronounced dead at the scene. The medical examiner would later determine the cause of death as sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS. The Kellers held a small funeral on May 30th. Sarah didn't cry during the service. She stood by the tiny casket with her hands folded neatly in front of her, watching as they lowered her daughter into the ground. Afterward, she thanked everyone for coming and returned home to wash the dishes left by well-meaning neighbors. Life in Millridge continued. Summer faded into fall. The Kellers kept to themselves. Neighbors reported seeing lights on late at night in the nursery window, but no one thought much of it. Grief takes many forms, they reasoned. Who were they to judge how the couple processed their loss? It wasn't until December that Teresa Wilson, Sarah's mother, began to worry. She had been calling weekly since Emma's death, but the conversations were becoming increasingly strange. Sarah would speak in present tense about the baby, discussing feeding schedules and sleep training. When Teresa gently reminded her daughter about Emma's passing, Sarah would pause, then smoothly change the subject as though the correction had never happened. On December 12th, Teresa drove the 2 hours from her home in Massachusetts to check on her daughter. She used her emergency key when no one answered the door. The house was immaculate, almost unnaturally so. No dishes in the sink, no mail on the counter, no shoes by the door. Teresa called out for Sarah, but heard only the hum of the refrigerator in response. She moved through the living room, noting the absence of photographs that had once lined the mantel. The framed ultrasound image, the hospital bracelet shadow box, all gone. When she reached the nursery, she found the door slightly ajar. Inside, everything appeared frozen in time, the mobile still hanging above the cradle, the changing table still stocked with diapers and wipes. The only thing out of place was the cradle itself, rocking slowly despite the stillness of the air. Teresa would later tell Detective Marcus Reed that something about the motion seemed wrong. It wasn't rocking the right way, she explained. It was backward, like it was pulling away instead of coming forward. When she approached the cradle, she found it empty except for a folded baby blanket and partially tucked under the mattress, a receipt. The paper was for a custom maple cradle, but the order status read canceled, refund processed. The date on the receipt was May 15th, 2019, 2 days before Emma's birth. Teresa found Sarah in the main bathroom, sitting fully clothed in an empty tub. Her daughter looked up with vacant eyes and asked, "Did you check on Emma? She should be waking up from her nap soon." The investigation that followed revealed disturbing inconsistencies. There were no records of Emma Grace Keller's birth at St. Mary's Hospital. The funeral home had no documentation of services for an infant on May 30th. The plot in the cemetery that Sarah had described visiting weekly contained only undisturbed soil. James Keller, located at his parents' home in Vermont, appeared genuinely shocked when questioned. He explained that he and Sarah had separated in April 2019, following her second miscarriage. He had tried to stay in touch, but Sarah had become increasingly distant, insisting she needed space. The last time they spoke was in early May, when she called to say she was finally going to be a mother. "I assumed she was pursuing adoption or maybe surrogacy," he told police. "I was happy for her, even though we weren't together anymore." When Detective Reed searched the Keller home more thoroughly, he found Sarah's pregnancy journal. The entries started normally, documenting morning sickness and doctor's appointments, but around the 5th month the writing changed. The dates became inconsistent. Appointments were recorded that the doctor's office had no record of. The final pages contained repeated drawings of a cradle, each more detailed than the last. In Sarah's bedroom closet, investigators discovered a box containing sonogram images. Analysis would later confirm they had been downloaded from various pregnancy websites. There were also hospital bracelets with Baby Girl Keller written in Sarah's handwriting and a birth certificate template filled out but never officially filed. The most unsettling discovery came from Sarah's computer. Her search history revealed hundreds of queries about infant development, interspersed with searches for realistic baby dolls, silicone infant replicas, and how to make a baby's chest rise and fall. There were also extensive searches related to SID statistics and symptoms. Yet no doll or replica was ever found in the home. The neighbors who had seen lights in the nursery at night were re-interviewed. Martha Jenkins, who lived directly across the street, remembered something odd. "One night in August, I saw Sarah standing in the nursery window, cradling something and swaying back and forth. She was singing. I couldn't hear the words, but I could see her lips moving. Then she just stopped. She looked down at her arms like she was surprised to find them empty." Dr. Lena Patel, the psychiatrist assigned to evaluate Sarah, diagnosed her with pseudocyesis, a rare condition where a woman experiences all the symptoms of pregnancy despite not being pregnant, complicated by severe delusional disorder. In Sarah's mind, Emma was real, Dr. Patel explained. The loss of her previous pregnancies, combined with her separation from James, created a perfect psychological storm. But this didn't explain everything. The 911 call was real. First responders confirmed they had found James performing CPR, though none could clearly recall seeing the infant. The coffee stains on Sarah's nightgown tested positive for human blood, though the type didn't match Sarah's. When confronted with the evidence, Sarah maintained her story with unwavering certainty. Emma was real, she insisted. She had my eyes and James's chin. She liked to be swaddled tight with one arm free. She made little hiccuping sounds after feeding. The case took another turn when investigators learned that on May 16th, the day before Sarah claimed to have given birth, a 5-week-old infant named Emily Grant had disappeared from her bassinet in a town 20 miles from Millridge. The baby was never found. Though there was no direct evidence linking Sarah to the disappearance, the timing raised questions that couldn't be ignored. Sarah Keller was eventually committed to Lakeside Psychiatric Hospital for treatment. She never acknowledged the absence of evidence supporting Emma's existence. Every week, she folded a new origami crane and asked the staff to place it on her daughter's grave, a grave that existed only in her mind. The cradle remained in the nursery, untouched, continuing its backward rocking motion even after the house was emptied and put up for sale. The real estate agent reported having to prop a book against it to make it stop. Each time she returned for a showing, the book would be on the floor and the cradle would be rocking again, pulling away, never forward. As for what really happened on the morning of May 26, 2019, what prompted Sarah's desperate call to 911, who James was really performing CPR on, and where the blood on Sarah's nightgown came from, these questions remain unanswered. Sometimes in the quiet corners of Millridge, residents still speak of the woman who lost a baby that never existed. Some even claim that on certain nights, if you drive past the old Keller house, you can see a light in the nursery window and the shadow of someone rocking an empty cradle. Crime 7, the door shut behind her with a soft click, no panic until she reached for the handle. It wasn't there, just smooth wood. Scratch marks lined the interior, and on the back wall etched faintly, one at a time. Melissa Donovan had always been the reliable one in the small town of Pinewood, Maine. At 27, she managed the local library with meticulous care, arriving each morning at precisely 8:30 to prepare for the 9:00 opening. Her colleagues described her as thoughtful and organized, if somewhat reserved. She lived alone in a modest one-bedroom apartment on Elmwood Drive, a quiet street lined with maple trees that turned brilliant shades of red and orange every fall. On the morning of November 12, 2019, Melissa didn't arrive at the library. By 9:15, her assistant manager, Diane Willis, began calling her cell phone. No answer. By 10:30, Diane had called Melissa's emergency contact, her older sister, Claire, who lived 2 towns over in Brunswick. "It's not like her," Diane explained over the phone. "She's never late, not once in the 4 years I've worked with her." Claire arrived at Melissa's apartment by noon. She knocked repeatedly, then used the spare key Melissa had given her for emergencies. Inside, everything appeared normal. The bed was made with hospital corners, typical of Melissa's fastidious nature. A half-empty cup of herbal tea sat on the nightstand, a faint lipstick mark on the rim. Melissa's car keys hung on their designated hook by the door. Her purse rested on the entryway table. Her blue raincoat was missing from the coat rack. "That's what first struck me as odd," Claire would later tell Detective Robert Harmon. "It was sunny that morning, no reason for the raincoat." The Pinewood Police Department officially opened a missing persons investigation 48 hours later. Detective Harmon, a 20-year veteran with sad eyes and methodical habits, was assigned the case. He interviewed the library staff, Melissa's few friends, and the neighbors in her apartment building. Each interview revealed the same portrait: a quiet, private woman with structured routines and no known enemies. "She kept to herself," said Mrs. Grayson from apartment 2B, "always polite but never chatty. The kind of neighbor you want, never any trouble." The investigation might have stalled there, another mysterious disappearance in a rural area, if not for Bate Winters, a college student who regularly visited the library. 3 days after Melissa's disappearance, Bate approached Detective Harmon with information that seemed, at first, unrelated. "About 2 weeks ago," Bate explained, her voice barely above a whisper, "I overheard Melissa talking to someone on the phone in the reference section. She sounded frightened. She kept saying, 'I won't tell anyone about the house. I promise. Please just leave me alone.'" The house became the investigation's first lead. Detective Harmon combed through Melissa's phone records, identifying a cluster of calls from an unknown number in the weeks before her disappearance. The number traced back to a prepaid phone purchased with cash at a convenience store 30 miles away in Portland. Surveillance footage from the store revealed a tall man in a baseball cap and sunglasses making the purchase. His face remained obscured from the camera, but a distinctive scar was visible on his right hand. Meanwhile, Claire began the painful process of going through her sister's belongings. In Melissa's neatly organized desk drawer, beneath carefully arranged stationery, she found a small leather-bound journal. Most pages contained mundane entries, book recommendations, grocery lists, appointment reminders. But the entries from the previous month grew increasingly disturbing. October 15 saw the house again today. Same man watching from the upstairs window. I drove past quickly. October 21 received another call, just breathing this time. Then they hung up. October 30, I shouldn't have gone inside. I should never have gone inside that day. The closet, what I found in the closet. The journal made no mention of the house's location, but a gas receipt tucked between the pages pointed to a remote area outside of town, near the old logging road. Detective Harmon and 2 officers drove the winding back roads until they found it, a Victorian-style house set back from the road, partially obscured by overgrown pine trees. County records identified the owner as Edward Mercer, age 63, who had purchased the property 10 years earlier after retiring from his job as a high school history teacher in New Hampshire. The house stood quiet when they arrived, no vehicles in the gravel driveway. After knocking and receiving no response, they obtained a search warrant based on the connection to Melissa's disappearance. Inside, the house was immaculately maintained, each room filled with antique furniture and bookshelves lined with historical texts. Nothing seemed out of place or suspicious until they reached the second floor. A bedroom at the end of the hallway had been converted into a study, with newspaper clippings covering one wall. Each article detailed missing persons cases from across New England over the past decade, 12 in total. None had been solved. And then there was the closet. Unlike the other closets in the house, this one had been modified. The interior handle had been removed, leaving only smooth wood. Scratch marks lined the inside of the door. A small air vent near the ceiling allowed minimal airflow. On the back wall, etched into the paint, were the words, "One at a time." Forensic teams discovered trace evidence of multiple individuals inside the closet, hair samples, fingernail fragments, and microscopic blood droplets that had seeped into the wooden floorboards. One of the hair samples matched Melissa's. Edward Mercer was nowhere to be found. His bank accounts had been emptied 3 days before Melissa's disappearance. His passport was missing. Border Patrol was alerted, but there was no record of him leaving the country. 2 weeks into the investigation, Melissa's blue raincoat was discovered in a donation bin behind a thrift store in Portland. The right pocket contained a crumpled note with a series of numbers that appeared to be coordinates. When Detective Harmon entered them into the GPS, they pointed to a location deep in the woods, 5 miles from Mercer's house. The search team found nothing at first, just dense forest and underbrush. But as they widened their search pattern, Officer Jenkins stumbled upon a small opening partially hidden by fallen branches. It led to an underground root cellar, its entrance disguised by natural debris. The cellar was empty except for a metal lockbox secured with a combination lock. When the forensic team finally opened it, they found 12 driver's licenses, each belonging to a different missing person from the newspaper clippings in Mercer's study. Melissa's library ID card lay on top, her smiling face a stark contrast to the grim reality of the discovery. What they didn't find was Melissa herself. The investigation expanded to include the previous missing persons cases. A pattern emerged. Each victim had some connection to local libraries or bookstores. Each disappeared without signs of struggle, personal items left behind as if they'd stepped out momentarily. None had ever been found. Edward Mercer's history revealed more connections. Before becoming a teacher, he had worked as a library assistant in various towns across New England. Former colleagues described him as brilliant but strange, with an intense interest in historical preservation and a tendency to form inappropriate attachments to certain patrons. He had this theory, his former supervisor at the Portsmouth Library told Detective Harmon. He believed that some knowledge was too dangerous to be shared. He talked about being a guardian of information, whatever that meant. 6 months after Melissa's disappearance, a hiker in the White Mountains of New Hampshire found an abandoned cabin. Inside was evidence that someone had been living there recently: food wrappers, a sleeping bag, and a stack of handwritten pages titled The Collection. The manifesto, as the FBI later classified it, detailed Mercer's twisted philosophy, his belief that certain individuals possessed knowledge that threatened some undefined, greater truth. It described the closet as a purification chamber where subjects would be left until they agreed to surrender what they had learned. But of Melissa Donovan or any of the other missing persons, there was no sign. Claire keeps her sister's apartment exactly as Melissa left it, hoping that someday she'll have answers. Detective Harmon checks in monthly with updates on the ongoing investigation, though these have grown less frequent over time. The international manhunt for Edward Mercer continues. Occasionally, reports surface: a man matching his description spotted in a bookstore in Montreal, a library in London, a used bookshop in Buenos Aires. Each lead has gone cold. The closet in the house remains the most disturbing piece of evidence, a space designed not to kill but to break the spirit, to extract some confession or surrender. What Melissa might have seen, what knowledge Mercer believed she possessed, remains unknown. In Pinewood, the library has dedicated a reading room to Melissa's memory. A small plaque reads, "Knowledge is freedom," in memory of Melissa Donovan. And somewhere, perhaps, Edward Mercer continues his collection, one at a time. Crime 8, standing in front of it, everything looked normal until they noticed a reflection that didn't match. The wallpaper was different, the furniture was rearranged, and behind them in the mirror, the doorway was missing entirely. But the figure sitting in the corner, that wasn't anyone they recognized. Amber Wallis had always been fascinated by antiques. Her small apartment in Lakewood, Connecticut, was a carefully curated collection of items, each with their own story: Victorian lamps, mid-century furniture, and various trinkets she'd acquired during weekend trips to estate sales. At 34, Amber lived alone but never felt lonely among her treasures. She worked as a librarian at the local university, a job that suited her quiet, methodical nature. Friends described Amber as reliable, thoughtful, and private. She called her parents every Sunday without fail, attended book club meetings on Thursdays, and occasionally joined colleagues for coffee on Saturday mornings. Her life followed a predictable rhythm, its steadiness a comfort rather than a burden. In March of 2019, Amber attended an estate sale at the former home of Eleanor Blackwood, an elderly woman who had passed away at 93 after living in the same colonial house for over 60 years. According to neighbors, Alina had been something of a recluse in her final decade. The house was filled with items dating back generations. Among the various items being sold was a large standing mirror with an ornate wooden frame. The craftsmanship was exceptional, intricate carvings of vines and small animals winding their way up the dark mahogany. Amber felt drawn to it immediately. Despite the higher-than-expected price tag of $450, she purchased the mirror and arranged for delivery to her apartment. The mirror arrived on a Wednesday. The delivery men positioned it in the corner of her bedroom as instructed. Amber spent that evening admiring how it transformed the space, reflecting light from her bedside lamp and making the room appear larger. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. According to her journal entries discovered later, it was 3 days after the mirror's arrival that Amber first noticed something unusual. As she was getting ready for bed, she glanced at her reflection and paused. The wallpaper behind her in the mirror didn't match the actual wallpaper in her room. In reality, her walls were painted a soft blue. In the mirror, they appeared to be covered in a faded floral pattern. Amber initially dismissed this as a trick of the light or perhaps fatigue from a long week at work. She went to bed without giving it much further thought, but the next morning the discrepancy remained. More concerning, other details in the reflection didn't match her actual bedroom. The arrangement of furniture was slightly different. A chair appeared in the corner of the mirror that didn't exist in her actual room. Most disturbing of all was the door. In Amber's actual bedroom, the door was positioned directly behind where she stood when looking into the mirror. Yet in the reflection, there was no door, just an uninterrupted wall where the doorway should have been. Amber documented these observations meticulously in her journal, even including sketches comparing the actual room to what appeared in the mirror. Her writing remained analytical, though increasingly concerned. She considered the possibility of an elaborate prank or even hallucinations caused by stress or an undiagnosed medical condition. On day 5, Amber's journal reported a new development that clearly disturbed her. She wrote, "There was someone in the reflection today, not me, someone else. A figure sitting in the corner chair that doesn't exist in my actual room, just sitting there watching. I couldn't make out any features, just a dark silhouette. I turned around and of course there was nobody there. When I looked back at the mirror, the figure was gone. Am I losing my mind?" For the next several days, the figure appeared intermittently in the mirror, sometimes sitting, sometimes standing near the back wall. Amber never saw a face, just the silhouette. She began taking photos of the mirror, hoping to capture evidence of what she was seeing. The photos, later recovered from her phone, showed only normal reflections. Amber missed her Thursday book club meeting. When her friend Melissa called to check on her, Amber sounded distracted but insisted everything was fine. She had simply forgotten about the meeting while engrossed in research about antique mirrors. Melissa later told investigators that the conversation felt strained, with long pauses and Amber seeming to whisper at times, as though someone else might be listening. By the following Monday, Amber had called in sick to work for the first time in 3 years. Her final journal entry, dated March 28, 2019, read, "The figure spoke today. I couldn't hear anything, but I could see its mouth moving. It seems to be trying to communicate something important. I've decided to try to make contact. If this is some kind of elaborate optical illusion, or if I'm experiencing a psychotic break, I need to know. I've set up a camera to record what happens. If anyone finds this and I'm gone, please check the recording." The camera Amber referenced was found on her dresser, positioned to capture both her and the mirror. The recording showed Amber standing before the mirror for nearly 40 minutes, occasionally speaking as though responding to questions, though no one else is visible or audible. At the 37-minute mark, She reached toward the mirror's surface, and then the recording abruptly ended. Amber Wallis was reported missing on April 2nd, 2019, when she failed to call her parents on Sunday and didn't show up for work on Monday. Police found her apartment undisturbed. The door was locked from the inside, windows secured. Her car remained in the apartment building's parking lot. Her wallet, phone, and keys were on the kitchen counter. The investigation revealed little. The mirror stood in her bedroom, appearing to be an ordinary, if expensive, antique. No fingerprints were found on it except Amber's. Technical experts examined the recording, but found no evidence of tampering or unusual visual phenomena in the mirror's reflection. Investigators tracked down information about the mirror's previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood. Her niece, who had organized the estate sale, remembered the mirror being in her aunt's home since she was a child but knew nothing about its origins. Eleanor had inherited many items from her own parents, who had been avid collectors. One potentially significant detail emerged during interviews with Eleanor's former neighbors. An elderly man who had lived next door for decades mentioned that Eleanor had kept that mirror covered with a sheet for many years. When asked why, he recalled her saying something about not liking what it showed her. The police considered this comment too vague to be meaningful evidence. 6 months into the investigation, with no leads and no sign of Amber, the case went cold. Theories ranged from mental health crisis leading to suicide to Amber having carefully planned her own disappearance. Neither theory satisfied those who knew her well. In a strange footnote to the case, the mirror was eventually returned to the niece of Eleanor Blackwood, who promptly sold it to a private collector. The collector, a Dr. Raymond Marsh, reportedly kept it in his study for several months before donating it to a small museum specializing in allegedly haunted objects. The museum's curator later claimed that the mirror was perfectly ordinary, reflecting exactly what one would expect. The disappearance of Amber Wallis remains unsolved. Her apartment was eventually cleared out by her parents, who still maintain a small website dedicated to finding information about their daughter. Every year on the anniversary of her disappearance, they post a new plea for anyone with information to come forward. Some nights, the security guard at the university library where Amber worked swears he catches glimpses of a woman resembling her in the reflective surfaces of windows after hours. By the time he turns to look, there's never anyone there. Just the feeling of being watched and the faint impression that somewhere, somehow, Amber Wallis is still searching for her way back from wherever she went. In the small museum where the mirror now resides, visitors occasionally report seeing reflections that don't quite match reality. The curator dismisses these claims as the power of suggestion. After all, who hasn't looked into an old mirror and just for a moment wondered if what looks back is truly just themselves? Crime 9 glass jars, each labeled with a date and a name. Inside, strange contents, buttons, hairpins, bits of cloth. One was filled with sand, another with what looked like dried blood, but one jar was still warm, and the label simply read, "Yours." Sheriff Darren Colton had seen his share of disturbing crime scenes in his 23 years serving Blackwood County, but nothing quite like this. The attic of the Matheson residence at 1478 Sycamore Lane was meticulously organized. Jars lined up chronologically on handcrafted pine shelves, stretching back 15 years. They numbered 42 in total. Sarah Matheson had lived in Blackwood since 1997. A quiet woman in her early 50s, she taught 3rd grade at Pinewood Elementary. Her students adored her. Parents trusted her. Neighbors described her as reserved but kind. She volunteered at the local animal shelter on weekends. She kept her lawn manicured and her hedges trimmed. She brought homemade cranberry bread to community potlucks. She was just normal, said Rebecca Dawson, who lived next door for 11 years. The kind of neighbor who would collect your mail when you went on vacation, but wouldn't pry into your business. The first indication that something was amiss came on a Tuesday, April 18, 2023. Sarah hadn't shown up for work, unusual for a woman who, according to school records, had used only 4 sick days in the past decade. The school principal, Kenneth Watts, called her home phone, then her cell. No answer. I just had this feeling, Watts later told investigators. Sarah was reliability personified. If she couldn't make it, she would have called probably 3 times with detailed lesson plans. When Sarah missed a second day, Rebecca Dawson noticed the newspapers accumulating in the driveway. Sarah's gray Honda Civic remained parked in the same spot. Blinds that were typically open by 6:30 a.m. remained drawn. The porch light stayed on during daylight hours. I knocked on her door that evening, Dawson recalled. Then I peered through the living room window. Everything looked normal, but too still somehow, like a photograph of a room rather than a room itself. By day 3, Deputy Martin Reynolds performed a wellness check. The front door was locked, so was the back, all windows secure. He noted nothing outwardly suspicious and left a card. Department protocol dictated they couldn't force entry without clear cause for concern. The following day, Sarah's sister, Alina Walsh, arrived from Cincinnati. She had a spare key. I hadn't heard from Sarah in 4 days, Walsh explained. We usually text every other day at least. I called 37 times. When Alina and Deputy Reynolds entered the house, everything appeared immaculate. No signs of struggle, no evidence of forced entry. The dishwasher had been run recently. The bed was made with hospital corners. A bookmark rested precisely halfway through The Dutch House by Ann Patchett on the nightstand. Sarah's toothbrush was still damp. It was like she had just stepped out to get the mail, Alina said, except she hadn't. The search continued through the modest 2-bedroom home. The refrigerator contained fresh groceries. A partial cup of coffee sat on the kitchen counter, lipstick smudge on the rim. The mug still felt faintly warm to the touch. It was Alina who suggested checking the attic. Sarah always said she didn't use it, she explained to investigators. She was afraid of heights, said the pull-down ladder made her dizzy. Deputy Reynolds tugged on the cord, and the ladder descended with a smooth, well-oiled ease, not the movement of a rarely used access point. The attic was unlike the rest of the house. While the living spaces below were homey and modest, the attic had been transformed into something between a laboratory and a shrine. Recessed lighting, climate control, custom shelving, and those jars precisely arranged, meticulously labeled. Martha Kruger, 2008, David Wilson, 2011, Eliza Chen, 2015. Each name matched a missing person case from the surrounding counties. Some had been solved, others remained open. That's when I knew we weren't looking for a missing woman anymore, Sheriff Colton later stated. We were looking for a predator. The investigation revealed that Sarah Matheson was not Sarah Matheson at all. Fingerprint analysis identified her as Judith Lanier, wanted in connection with a string of disappearances across 3 states dating back to 2005. Her actual teaching credentials were forgeries, though masterfully crafted ones. Her background checks had been clean because she had adopted the identity of a real Sarah Matheson, a woman who had died in a car accident in Nevada in 1996. The contents of the jars proved to be trophies collected from victims in moments of vulnerability. A button from a coat, a thread from a sweater, a pebble from a driveway. DNA analysis confirmed that the organic materials, hair, dried blood, skin cells, belonged to the named individuals. The most disturbing discovery was made in Sarah's bedroom. A hidden panel in the closet revealed a small leather-bound journal, each entry corresponding to a jar, detailed observations, routines, vulnerabilities, methods. The journal depicted a woman who approached murder with the clinical precision of an accountant and the patience of a spider. The most chilling aspect wasn't what she wrote, explained forensic psychologist Dr. Amelia Ruiz. It was how she wrote it, emotionless, methodical, like she was recording scientific observations or keeping a gardening log. The final entry, dated April 17, 2023, contained only 4 words: time for a change. Inside Sarah's garage, investigators found camping equipment, maps of the Appalachian Trail, $17,000 in cash, and 7 different sets of identification documents. Her Honda Civic contained a recently detailed trunk lined with plastic sheeting. The warm jar labeled "Yours" was found to contain something unexpected: a small electronic device that generated heat, running on a battery programmed to last approximately 7 days. She wanted us to find it, Sheriff Colton concluded. She wanted us to know she was watching. Despite an extensive manhunt involving the FBI and law enforcement across 12 states, Judith Lanier, the woman who had been Sarah Matheson, remained at large. Security footage from a bus station in Charleston captured a woman matching her description boarding a bus to Atlanta on April 17, but the trail went cold after that. Eleanor Walsh subsequently sold the house on Sycamore Lane at a substantial loss. The new owners demolished it and built a modern ranch-style home in its place. They claimed to know nothing about the property's history, though locals noted they never used the attic. 3 months after Sarah's disappearance, Rebecca Dawson received an unmarked package containing a small glass jar. Inside was a clipping from Dawson's own rose bush. The jar was warm to the touch, and the label read, "Next." Police found no fingerprints, no DNA, no trace evidence of any kind. The package's tracking information led to a shipping center in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where a middle-aged woman using the name Patricia Miller had paid cash. 1 year later, a new elementary school teacher named Marion Collins moved to Addison, Pennsylvania. She volunteered at the local animal shelter. She brought homemade cranberry bread to community potlucks. Her students adored her. Parents trusted her. And in the attic of her rented Victorian home, a new collection of jars began to take shape. Somewhere in a small town or quiet suburb, Sarah Matheson, or whatever name she now used, was starting over, watching, waiting, collecting. Some say if you listen closely enough on quiet nights, you can hear glass jars being arranged, one by one, with gentle, methodical precision. And if you received a package containing a small glass jar, still warm to the touch, with a handwritten label reading, "Yours," well, by then, it would already be too late. Story 10, The Tale of Whispers in the Walls. The new inhabitants believed it to be just ordinary peeling wallpaper. Yet, as they delicately stripped away the layers, a hidden narrative began to unfold. Inked on the walls, repeatedly inscribed, was a name: Eleanor Winters. This singular name, occupying every corner of the room, etched in a hurried, uneven scrawl, beckoning attention to a story long forgotten. It wasn't the name of the previous proprietors. It didn't appear in any official documentation. However, upon delving into the depths of the online realm, a solitary search result emerged: a chilling missing persons case from decades past. And the most unsettling revelation: the woman captured in the faded photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who had handed over the keys to the house Michael and Sarah Klein's enigmatic cellar. Michael and Sarah Klein had never envisioned an immediate renovation of the Victorian-era dwelling. The allure of the old abode, obtained at a surprisingly modest price, and the previous owner, a reserved, refined lady with strands of silver cascading through her dark locks, had seemed keen to part ways, citing a cross-country relocation. Enchanted by the residence's character, its intricate woodwork and towering ceilings narrating tales of a bygone era, the couple found themselves drawn to its mysterious charm. It all commenced with a simple water stain in the master bedroom. Sarah's eyes caught sight of a yellowish blemish spreading across the floral wallpaper. When Michael's fingers pressed against it, the paper yielded, unveiling a hidden layer beneath. Intrigued, they cautiously began peeling back the damaged section. The initial layer exposed outdated paisley motifs from what seemed to be the 1970s. Beneath that, striped paper harking back to an earlier decade. Yet as they persisted, an unexpected revelation surfaced in the third layer down. Words, dark ink on faded beige paper. Not mere scribbles, but a name, Eleanor Winters, reiterated ceaselessly, the handwriting evolving into a frantic, erratic display across the wall. "Who is Eleanor Winters?" Sarah murmured, her fingertips tracing the frenzied script. The discovery left them unsettled. That evening, Michael sat at their kitchen island, laptop aglow, delving into property archives. The house had changed ownership numerous times over the years. No trace of Eleanor Winters surfaced in any records. The woman who had passed on the house to them was identified as Margaret Cavendish. Sarah joined him, clutching a mug of steaming coffee. Try searching solely the name. The internet exploration yielded scant findings until they stumbled upon a digitized newspaper clipping extracted from aged microfiche. Eleanor Winters, age 27, reported missing during the winter season. The monochromatic image portrayed a young woman with dark locks and distinctive eyes mirroring those of Margaret Cavendish, the lady who had relinquished the home to them. "This article dates back 30 years, Michael whispered, his voice barely audible over the hum of the refrigerator. Margaret could be approximately the right age now, but Sarah swallowed hard. The missing woman never received closure. No body recovered, no suspects identified. Their intrigue morphed into an all-consuming fixation. Sarah reached out to the former homeowners, retracing steps through county archives. The renovation efforts came to a standstill as they devoted evenings to their impromptu inquiry. They unearthed that Margaret Cavendish had owned the house for a mere 7 months before passing it on to them, an unusual situation considering the extensive paperwork and inspections they had undergone. The retired detective assigned to the cold case had long since bid adieu to the force. Upon Michael's successful tracking down of the retired detective, the man instantly recollected the case. His voice crackled through the speakerphone as he recounted the investigation. Eleanor Winters was reported missing by her roommate. No signs of a struggle at her residence. Her abandoned car discovered near the highway. The case went cold swiftly, no witnesses, no signs of foul play, simply vanished. Michael hesitated before inquiring, "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" A heavy silence hung over the line. "No, the name doesn't ring a bell. Why?" Upon elucidating their discovery and presenting him with side-by-side images of both women via email, the retired detective pledged to make inquiries. Within days, a current force detective reached out, seeking permission to scrutinize the wall. Their abode transformed into an active crime scene. Forensic teams meticulously documented and extracted sections of the wallpaper. Examination unveiled that the ink traced back approximately 3 decades. Handwriting specialists juxtaposed the wall inscriptions with samples of Alina's script from old journals provided by her kin. The results remained inconclusive. Meanwhile, Sarah stumbled upon a concealed compartment beneath the bedroom closet's floorboards. Within lay a driver's license belonging to Alina Winters alongside several identification cards bearing varying names. All featured the same visage with subtle distinctions: hair shade, spectacles, countenances. The concluding ID Margaret Cavendish aligned with their home's cellar. As authorities endeavored to locate Margaret using the forwarding address she had supplied, they uncovered its non-existence. Her phone line had been disconnected. The bank account that had received their payment had been shuttered. Margaret Cavendish had vanished, reminiscent of Alina Winters from yesteryears. Then came the revelation that would irrevocably alter the course of the investigation. DNA analysis of hair strands retrieved from deep within the wall cavity matched Alina Winters. However, fingerprints lifted from the writing itself matched an altogether different profile, one attributed to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had been institutionalized shortly after Alina's disappearance. Rebecca Eldridge had been diagnosed with a severe dissociative identity disorder. She had eluded the institution's confines on multiple occasions over the years. Her medical records unveiled a bone-chilling truth: one of her documented alter egos identified as Alina. The inquiry unveiled that Rebecca had been Alina's childhood companion, fixated on her to the point of emulation. When Alina rebuffed her increasingly unsettling advances, something within Rebecca fractured. She assumed Alina's identity literally and metaphorically, and fabricated an intricate network of personas to sustain the charade. The scribbled name symbolized Rebecca's desperate bid to retain a grasp on reality, to recollect who she truly was beneath the assumed facades. The wall had metamorphosed into both confession and incarceration, a tangible manifestation of her fractured psyche. Sarah and Michael stood on their front porch as forensic teams excavated designated sections of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar that had detected anomalies below the surface. The cold case had suddenly surged with warmth. The remains unearthed from beneath the garden belonged to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, alias Margaret Cavendish to Michael and Sarah, was eventually apprehended while attempting to cross the border under yet another identity. Confronted with evidence, the persona masquerading as Margaret crumbled, giving way to another identity, one who confessed to Alina's slaying in a fit of jealousy. The names on the wall had served as both a memorial and a manifestation of guilt, inscribed by a fractured mind striving to cling to shards of truth despite itself. For Alina's kin, justice arrived 3 decades belatedly. For Michael and Sarah, their envisioned sanctuary became infamous, a footnote in the annals of true crime lore, forever enshrined as the abode where the walls themselves whispered tales of a tragic demise. Story 11: The Enigmatic Dollhouse. She had always avoided the attic, a space of shadows and secrets, until a fierce storm forced her to confront its mysteries. The attic, shrouded in neglect, held forgotten treasures cloaked in dust and cobwebs. Among them, in the dimmest corner, sat an ancient dollhouse, its intricate details capturing a haunting beauty. Each minuscule piece of furniture was meticulously arranged, frozen in time. But as she gazed into the miniature rooms, a sense of unease crept over her. The figures within were not lifeless dolls, but tiny, intricately hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each member was placed with eerie precision, mirroring their positions in the rooms below. However, one figure stood out, the representation of herself, standing near the attic entrance. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse roof, feeling the slight groove where her miniature counterpart stood. A chill ran down her spine, unrelated to the icy draft swirling through the rafters. This dollhouse didn't belong here. It wasn't from her childhood home, but a rented house her family had recently moved into. Alarmed, Rebecca contacted the authorities, setting off a chain of events that would unravel a chilling mystery. Law enforcement arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in distress, reluctant to return to the attic. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially dismissed their fears as mere paranoia, but the intricate craftsmanship of the dollhouse left her unsettled. Each tiny figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the family members, down to the smallest details. Forensic analysis revealed fingerprints on the dollhouse that didn't match any family member. Even more disturbing were microscopic cameras hidden in the figures' eyes, connected to a sophisticated surveillance system beneath the dollhouse. Reviewing the family's movements, investigators uncovered a disturbing revelation. The positions of the miniature figures mirrored not just one evening but multiple days, indicating a prolonged observation of the family's routines. It wasn't just stalking, Detective Harmon explained. It was a disturbing level of obsession, meticulously documented. Further exploration led to the discovery of a hidden basement chamber concealed behind a pantry wall. Evidence suggested someone had been living there, undetected, since before the Morgans arrived. The absence of forced entry puzzled investigators, revealing a dark past linked to the house's previous owners. The digital trail led to an apartment across town, belonging to Martin Wells, the son of the deceased homeowners. His obsession with the property drove him to create a hidden sanctuary below, surveilling the unsuspecting tenants through the dollhouse. Wells' journals and photographs painted a picture of a man consumed by possessive delusion, his need for control manifesting in twisted ways. During interrogation, Wells remained chillingly composed, justifying his actions as a means of asserting authority over his childhood home. His distorted perception turned the family into mere puppets in his elaborate game of control. The Morgans never returned to the house, shattered by the violation of their privacy and security. Rebecca, haunted by the realization that they had been watched and manipulated, found solace in a new home far away. Yet the fear lingered, a specter of unease that followed her into each room, a reminder of the dollhouse's sinister presence. Wells faced charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, and illegal surveillance, his actions sparking a reevaluation of real estate laws. The judge, recognizing the profound trauma inflicted upon the Morgan family, condemned Wells for his heinous violation of their lives. As criminologists delved into the case, they shuddered at the thought of how long Wells might have operated unnoticed. His intricate web of surveillance stretched across multiple properties, a disturbing legacy of voyeurism and manipulation. Rebecca, scarred by the ordeal, removed all traces of miniatures from her new home, a silent vow to break free from the shadows of the past. Yet in quiet moments she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, a lingering dread that whispered of unseen eyes and hidden truths waiting to be unveiled in the darkness. Story 12: The Whispers of the Forgotten. She desired to refresh the nursery's look before the little one's arrival. The walls wore a faded blue hue, a color that had witnessed countless tales within its ancient layers. As she applied the first coat of white paint, a hidden secret emerged from beneath the faint outline of letters, gradually becoming clearer and more defined, a message etched beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you." her breath hitched in her throat. Stepping back, her eyes caught sight of tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, positioned too high on the wall for any child to reach. This discovery within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the inception of what investigators later dubbed the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home just a few months prior for a remarkably low price. The real estate agent had only mentioned minor cosmetic issues, omitting any reference to the property's shadowy past. Detective Sarah Klein rang the doorbell, clutching her notebook. A woman answered, her pregnant belly protruding beneath her paint-stained overalls. Dark circles rimmed her tired eyes. It was evident she hadn't found rest in days. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted finding the message and the mysterious handprints. The previous owners vanished suddenly, the woman explained. The neighbors mentioned they departed in the dead of night. No moving truck, just their essentials packed into the car. Walking through the historic home, Detective Klein's footsteps echoed against the creaking floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall. The message still lingered where the painting had been abruptly halted. Adjacent to it, 5 small handprints pressed into the wet paint, positioned at adult height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into records regarding the property. The house had changed owners 8 times in 30 years, a remarkably high turnover rate. Each family had resided there for less than 2 years. More troubling were the child welfare reports filed for 3 of those families. Children had reported whispers from the walls and someone watching them sleep. The detective delved deeper, seeking construction records and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Alina Blackwood, a wealthy widow without children of her own, who had run a small orphanage from the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced 5 children who had vanished from her care. Authorities back then suspected they had fled, a common occurrence for orphans in that era. When Alina passed away, workers renovating the house stumbled upon a sealed room behind the nursery wall. Inside, they discovered children's belongings, tiny shoes, toys, and clothing, but no remains. The case turned cold and was stashed away in dusty archives. Detective Klein interviewed former residents, piecing together a chilling pattern. Each family with children had reported strange incidents, toys rearranged overnight, childish laughter echoing through empty corridors, and crayon drawings materializing on walls. Most dismissed these occurrences as figments of imagination until the writings surfaced. The message slightly differed in each account. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. Consistently the same script, always unveiled during nursery repainting. A forensic linguist analyzed photographs of the writing and confirmed it matched samples from Alina Blackwood's journals. Even more unsettling were the handprints uniform in size and positioning over decades, despite different children inhabiting the home. The investigation took a sinister turn when the detective convinced the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician pointed out anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each roughly child-sized. Workers broke through the concrete, exposing a grim revelation: 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated the children had perished during Alina's ownership of the house. Each child still wore a pendant engraved with their name, the 5 orphans who had supposedly fled. Detective ordered luminol sprayed throughout the nursery. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Hundreds of them at various heights, as if the children had been attempting to escape. Alina's journals, retrieved from county archives, unveiled her twisted rationale. She believed orphan children possessed a unique spiritual energy. By confining them in the hidden room, she believed she could tap into their life force to prolong her own existence. The children had etched their warnings into the wall with fingernails and bits of metal, hoping future inhabitants would uncover their fate. The case concluded with the proper burial of the 5 victims. Their names were finally documented not as runaways but as murder victims. The house remained vacant thereafter, the pregnant couple refusing to step foot back inside even to retrieve their belongings. Detective Klein submitted her final report, enclosing photographs of the handprints illuminated by luminol and the message beneath the paint. She noted that while justice had been served for the original victims, an inexplicable presence lingered in that house, something that continued to reach out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were dismantled during the cleanup process, yet workers reported hearing children's whispers emanating from within the debris. Each one declined to return after their shift concluded. The house was eventually condemned, another cold case stored in a dusty cabinet, a tangible closure, but spiritual queries that would forever remain unanswered. The detective retained one photograph from the case, 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a haunting reminder that certain crimes leave indelible marks that no amount of fresh paint can conceal. Story 13. The worn envelope, aged and tinged with yellowing edges, held a fresh stamp, as if just whisked from the post office. With careful hands, the detective unfolded the paper within, its message typed in a hurried, uneven script. "I am sorry for what I did." A dampness clung to the paper, carrying a faint scent of iron, and there, along the lower edge, a reddish smear caught their eye. Not ink, but blood. Detective Sarah Morgan, with practiced precision, secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved fingers careful not to disturb the evidence. The forensics team confirmed her suspicion. The blood matched DNA from a long unsolved homicide case that had lingered in the shadows of the department for years. The victim, a bright young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, the scene marred by multiple stab wounds. Her laptop gone, her notes scattered, hinting that her demise was tied to an article she was pursuing. The case had grown cold, despite tireless efforts and countless dead ends, and now this cryptic letter had found its way to the homicide division, carrying only those haunting words, "I am sorry for what I did." The paper and envelope yielded few clues, only faint marks suggesting the sender had taken care to wear gloves, but the postmark offered a glimmer of hope, a thread to follow. Gathered in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan and her team faced a wall plastered with images of crime scenes, timelines, and profiles of suspects who had slipped through their grasp. She pinned the letter at the heart of it all. "This changes everything," she murmured to the room. "Our killer shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in this enigmatic case, studied the letter intently. "Or perhaps they desire us to believe so," he proposed. The blood could be a mere act, a mocking gesture. The forensic team traced the unique typewriter impression to a model long out of production, a relic from the past, rare yet not unattainable. They reached out to antique aficionados and collectors across the region, casting a net in search of this elusive clue. As the investigation gained traction, they delved into Rebecca's world. Her editor painted a portrait of a fierce investigator, unyielding in her pursuit of truth. Her most recent inquiry had led her to a prominent family embroiled in local politics. With the family patriarch's recent passing, disputes over the will had fractured relationships, breeding suspicion and betrayal. The detectives revisited Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, whose grief had seemed genuine in their earlier encounters. But now, under the shadow of the letter, subtle shifts in his demeanor betrayed a hidden unease. Rebecca spoke of being followed, he confessed, his voice tinged with regret. I dismissed her fears, attributing them to her investigation. I should have listened. While they unraveled this new thread, a second letter arrived, bearing the same typewritten message, the same ominous bloodstain. This time the words bore more weight. She delved too deeply into the family secrets, the inheritance, the patriarch's demise. It was never meant to escalate this far. The trail led them to the grand estate of the deceased patriarch, where they confronted his eldest son, Richard. Among his collection of antiquities sat several vintage typewriters. His explanations seemed rehearsed, his composure calculated. A breakthrough emerged when microscopic fibers on the envelopes linked back to custom stationery exclusive to the youngest daughter, Alina. Questioned, she disclosed Richard's request to borrow her stationery weeks earlier. A search of Richard's abode unveiled a concealed chamber, housing relics of Rebecca's life clippings, surveillance photos, and a vintage typewriter mirroring the one used for the letters. The blood, upon analysis, bore Rebecca's DNA, yet the most unforeseen revelation lay in the connection between Richard and Michael. Financial records unveiled substantial transactions from Richard to Michael in the weeks leading to Rebecca's tragedy. Confronted, Michael crumbled. Rebecca uncovered Richard's plot to hasten his inheritance by poisoning his father, he confessed. I informed Richard of her discoveries, intending only to deter her. I never fathomed he would resort to murder. The puzzle neared completion when Alina disclosed a clandestine recording a conversation between Richard and Michael, plotting Rebecca's demise. Richard's voice chillingly clear. She must be silenced for good. In a bid to flee, Richard was apprehended. Prosecutors built their case upon the letters, the typewriter, the financial exchanges, and Alina's damning evidence. Michael, in exchange for his testimony, accepted a plea deal. Throughout the trial, Richard maintained his innocence, accusing Michael of framing him, but the weight of evidence proved insurmountable. After a brief deliberation, the jury rendered a guilty verdict. As Richard faced the consequences, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents in the courtroom. Though no words could heal their loss, the verdict offered a semblance of closure. The blood-stained letters, relics of a dark chapter, lingered in evidence, a testament to the truth that even the most meticulous crimes leave trails, and that remorse, whether genuine or feigned, can be the undoing of those who believe they have evaded justice. The tale of Rebecca Warren became a cornerstone in detective lore, a lesson that sometimes, in the quiet shadows of a mystery, a simple typewriter and the haunting echo of guilt can reveal the most profound truths. Story 14. The gentle current flowed lazily that quiet morning, the water reflecting the sky like a shimmering mirror. The fisherman's boat drifted aimlessly, and he almost missed the sight of a lone suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first it seemed like a forgotten item, perhaps discarded by careless hands. But as he approached, a foul odor wafted towards him, thick and heavy. The suitcase was bound in chains, its metal edges rusted from days spent exposed to the elements. When the authorities pried it open, they were met with a gruesome sight: not clothes, but strands of hair, fingers curled in a frozen grip. And at the very bottom, a chilling note whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her steps measured as she took in the eerie tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, lay still on the shore, her dark hair clinging to her pale, waterlogged skin. The medical examiner worked diligently, capturing every detail before the body was tenderly lifted away. What struck Mercer was not just the brutality of the crime, but the strange care taken in presenting the victim manicured nails, freshly styled hair, clad in expensive attire. "She was not killed here," Mercer murmured, watching the water lap against the muddy bank. She was meticulously prepared, almost like a macabre showcase. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her impeccable taste in selling high-end properties. Divorced and childless, she led a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues spoke of her ambition, her precision, her guarded privacy. Her disappearance was reported by her assistant when she failed to show up for a crucial showing to potential wealthy clients. She would never miss that appointment, the assistant insisted, her voice trembling. That sale was everything to her. As investigators combed through Walsh's immaculate home, they found everything impeccably arranged, a place for everything and everything in its place. But a slight anomaly caught their eye, a drawer left slightly ajar in her home office. Inside, a leather-bound journal lay hidden, its final entry haunting. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. Further digging into Walsh's digital footprint revealed a series of unsettling emails from unknown senders, all bearing the ominous phrase, "I see your perfection." Each message sent at precisely the same time on different days. Her online searches hinted at a growing sense of unease, a quest for security and protection. Mercer pieced together the puzzle, the meticulous staging of the body, the cryptic messages. "Our killer is methodical," she confided to her partner. This was not a crime of passion, but a carefully orchestrated ritual. A breakthrough came unexpectedly from a local pawnshop owner who recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares. The culprit turned out to be Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker with a penchant for invisibility. Surveillance footage revealed his repeated visits to Walsh's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, sometimes without, always during her absences. When Linden's apartment was searched, a chilling discovery awaited. The walls adorned with photos of Walsh and other women, all eerily similar in appearance. Some faces were crossed out in red ink. Walsh was just one of his victims. A hidden compartment in his closet unveiled a shrine to his prey, personal items meticulously collected, each with a story to tell. In the interrogation room, Linden's demeanor remained eerily calm. They were flawed, he finally confessed, his voice devoid of emotion. They pretended at perfection, but I saw their imperfections. Catherine's desk drawer was always messy. She missed a spot when she applied her lipstick. Her perfection was a facade. The search for the other victims mentioned in his note led investigators to remote locations where 2 more suitcases were recovered, each holding a tragic tale of perfection turned obsession. As Linden faced trial, his stoic facade crumbled under the weight of his crimes. The families of the victims sat in silent grief as the judge pronounced a life sentence without parole. For Detective Mercer, the case closed officially, but the shadows of unanswered questions lingered. What drove Linden to fixate on these particular women? What inner flaw was he desperately trying to erase through his twisted acts? The river continued its tranquil journey downstream, carrying away all evidence with its gentle current. Yet on Mercer's desk at the precinct lay copies of those chilling notebooks, a stark reminder that in the facade of normalcy, darkness sometimes lurks. The most dangerous predators may not be the ones hiding in the shadows, but those hiding in plain sight, waiting for the smallest crack to reveal their true nature. Story 15. The parcel arrived unannounced, a mystery in cardboard form. No return address, no tracking number, just a box tinged with morning dew. It wasn't intended for Sarah Miller. Her address was correct, but the name was a stranger's. She hesitated, knowing she should have left it untouched on her porch. But curiosity whispered louder than reason, urging her to unravel the enigma. With cautious hands, she peeled back the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothes. Instead, a VHS tape lay nestled inside, accompanied by a solitary sticky note bearing a cryptic command: "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette, feeling an inexplicable weight in her palms, as if it carried the burden of forbidden knowledge. Her fingers traced the tape's worn edges, sensing the hidden stories etched into its surface. The handwritten note revealed traces of urgency, each stroke pressing into the paper with unspoken secrets. Outside, the suburban neighborhood hummed with its usual rhythm: a distant dog's bark, children's laughter, the drone of a lawnmower. Oblivious to the clandestine delivery that had slipped into Sarah's possession. Bringing the package indoors, she placed it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name Daniel Whitaker held no significance in her memory. Having dwelled in the house for years, Sarah had never encountered mail addressed to this mysterious figure. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had departed long ago, leaving behind no trace of Daniel Whitaker's existence. Curiosity wrestled with unease as Sarah eyed her neglected VCR, a relic from a bygone era. Something about the tape beckoned to her, an enigma cloaked in worn plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape into the machine. At first, static danced on the screen, gradually sharpening into focus. The dimly lit room that materialized was shrouded in shadows, illuminated only by a solitary lamp. The camera angle seemed hurried, capturing a man seated in a wooden chair, his features initially concealed. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," his voice resonated softly yet resolutely. "If you're seeing this, someone has found you, and they will find me too." Leaning closer, the man unveiled a countenance marked by sleepless nights and perpetual vigilance, sunken eyes, stubble grazing his jawline, disheveled hair. "I am innocent," he asserted, "but they have framed me, planted evidence to incriminate me for a crime I did not commit." The camera wavered as Daniel adjusted it, unveiling the stark surroundings: a barren room, devoid of warmth or permanence, the refuge of someone poised to flee at a moment's notice. "They have fabricated a narrative," Daniel continued, desperation tinging his words. "The police report will paint me as the villain, linking me to a woman I never knew until her tragic demise." His voice trembled slightly. "Catherine Walsh, murdered in her own home, and my DNA, my fingerprints, inexplicably entwined with the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical tape on her desk, one of several to surface. Each tape bore Daniel Whitaker's plea, branding him as the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder, an enigma who had vanished into the shadows on the day her life was extinguished. The initial investigation into Walsh's death seemed straightforward: a young professional strangled in her own bedroom, circumstantial evidence pointing squarely at Whitaker. Yet the emergence of the tapes injected a sinister complexity into the narrative. As Ramirez delved deeper, a web of intrigue unfurled before her. Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblowing case against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant entangled in a web of deceit and corruption, presented a new perspective. Walsh had unearthed damning evidence of manipulated clinical trial data, poised to expose the company's deception. The detective's suspicions intensified as anomalies in the case began to surface: the flawless DNA evidence, rehearsed witness testimonies, and conveniently corrupted surveillance footage. Days later, Sarah Miller received a second unexpected package. Within its confines lay a trove of incriminating documents, clinical reports, internal correspondences, a paper trail of PharmaCorp's treachery, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital imprint. The tide of the investigation shifted, leading Ramirez to connect with other recipients of the mysterious tapes, weaving together Whitaker's intricate tapestry of truth. Whitaker's breadcrumbs of revelation unveiled a chilling reality. He had stumbled upon incriminating surveillance orders targeting Walsh, sealing her fate as a marked woman in the eyes of the powerful corporation. Locked out of the system, Whitaker found himself ensnared in a web of lies, framed as the orchestrator of a heinous crime he had no part in. The breakthrough came when Sarah noticed a crucial detail in her copy of the tape, a reflection in the window hinting at a hidden location. Collaborating with Ramirez, they uncovered a storage unit, harboring the irrefutable proof of Whitaker's innocence. His journal chronicled the conspiracy, Catherine's crucial evidence, and a sinister plot masterminded by PharmaCorp's head of security, a former law enforcer turned puppet of corporate malevolence. Justice unfurled not through a climactic arrest, but through the relentless pursuit of truth. 3 executives faced indictment, the head of security turned informant, and the tainted drug met its demise. Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a specter of his former self, exonerated but scarred by the ordeal. In a fleeting encounter on Sarah's porch, he conveyed the algorithm's selection of her someone untainted by his or Catherine's past, a beacon of impartial judgment in a sea of manufactured guilt. The VHS tapes, relics of a clandestine odyssey, became artifacts of a harrowing saga where the boundaries between truth and deceit blurred. A reminder that sometimes justice arrives in enigmatic parcels, bearing unfamiliar names, awaiting the curious souls willing to unveil their secrets in the gloaming hours of the night. Story 16. In the quiet suburban neighborhood where Sarah Miller resided, a mysterious key arrived in the mail one day. It was wrapped in a plain envelope, devoid of any return address. The key itself was made of brass, its surface worn with the passage of time. Sarah didn't recognize it, yet there was a strange familiarity that clung to it. As she tried the key in every lock she owned, not a single one turned. It was clear that this key did not belong to her. Perplexed, she placed it on the coffee table, and in that moment the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime, a sound that hadn't been heard in years, for the clock had long been broken. Feeling unsettled by this strange occurrence, Sarah decided to report it to the authorities. What seemed like a simple mishap soon unfurled into a chilling criminal investigation that would shake the foundation of the neighborhood. The responding officer, upon hearing Sarah's story, initially brushed off her concerns, attributing the key's arrival to a possible mistake. However, Sarah's gut feeling told her otherwise. She insisted that something was amiss. Reluctantly, the officer took the key as evidence, placing it in a small evidence bag, setting in motion a series of events that would lead to a harrowing discovery. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition, received the case file during the morning briefing. The brass key sat on his desk, seemingly unremarkable yet exuding an unsettling aura. Background checks on Sarah revealed no criminal history. She was a retired high school English teacher, a widow with grown children living far away. There was nothing in her records to suggest any wrongdoing. Forensic analysis yielded no fingerprints on the key other than Sarah's own. The envelope provided no clues, just a generic postmark from a regional distribution center. No DNA evidence, no trace of anything unusual. The key, a standard Schlage, showed signs of wear, indicating it had been in use for several years. The breakthrough in the case came when Detective Harmon decided to cross-reference the key's unique pattern with the department database. It led to a cold case from 7 years prior, where a similar key pattern was linked to a storage unit containing disturbing evidence, a grim collection of blood-stained carpet, tools, and photographs of unidentified women, some of whom were missing persons. The original investigation had hit a dead end due to lack of evidence. Harmon delved into the dusty case files, uncovering a trail that led to Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's. Jenkins had a shadowy past, with gaps in his employment history and a penchant for relocating frequently. As the investigation progressed, a dark truth began to emerge. Jenkins had meticulously planned his crimes, leaving behind a trail of horror that spanned nearly a decade. The discovery of a hidden room filled with identical brass keys, each bearing a name and date, revealed the extent of his atrocities. Buried behind Jenkins' cabin, investigators unearthed multiple bodies, each a grim testament to his twisted actions. Sarah, caught in the midst of this nightmare, was provided with round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins intensified nationwide. The hunt for Jenkins culminated in a tense standoff, ending in his tragic demise. Inside a journal found near his body were detailed confessions of his crimes, along with a chilling message directed at Sarah. The investigation uncovered a total of 32 victims, bringing closure to families who had long awaited answers. Sarah never returned to her home, the veil of normalcy shattered by the darkness that had lurked so close to her. The case of the Keymaster remains a haunting reminder of how predators can hide in plain sight, their true nature concealed behind a facade of normality. As the investigative teams continue to dissect Jenkins' writings for insights, the collection of brass keys in the evidence locker stands as a silent testament to the lives lost, a reminder that sometimes the most sinister evils can be found where least expected. Story 17. The town held its breath, never daring to mention the house that lingered at the edge of the woods. It stood solitary, a silent sentinel with windows stained black, porch stooped under the weight of time's heavy hand. No one laid claim to its ownership. No memory lingered of the hands that crafted its weathered walls. But when a band of hikers strayed too close, they stumbled upon a chilling sight, names etched into the wooden siding, carved deep like ominous whispers. At the very bottom of the list, fresh and untouched by the elements, appeared a name unfamiliar to them all. And as the group stood frozen in disbelief, one voice quivered with fear. That name, it's mine. Under the veil of night, a call pierced through the darkness. The dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing incident. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who had uncovered his own name carved into the forsaken house. Responding officers anticipated a simple case of juvenile mischief, a prank gone awry, but what awaited them defied rational explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight draped the forest in shadows. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the worn facade of the structure. The names 27 in total etched vertically along the eastern wall. Some had nearly faded into oblivion, lost to the passage of time. Others remained sharp, as if freshly carved. And at the very bottom, Mason Wright, the incision still bearing traces of newly hewn wood. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his breath materializing in the frigid air. "I can't fathom how my name came to be here." Thus began the inquiry, delving into the backgrounds of each name inscribed on that haunted wall. The findings sent chills down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the span of 4 decades. Some cases had grown cold, while others remained open. Yet a common thread wove through them. All the vanished souls had been last seen hiking alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the varying depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a missing persons case from 37 years past. The records painted a grim picture of a young woman who ventured into those very woods, never to return. Search efforts yielded naught but a lone hiking boot beside a babbling stream. Detective Keller interrogated Mason at length. His account remained unwavering. He bore no ties to the area beyond that ill-fated hike with 4 friends. They had picked the trail at random, guided by an online suggestion. Nothing in his past linked him to the other names adorning the wall. The focus shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, offered snapshots captured during their trek. Upon scrutinizing the images, analysts uncovered a disquieting presence, a blurred figure haunting the background of 3 distinct photographs. A spectral form, tall and slender, perpetually obscured by the foliage. "We never encountered anyone else on the trail," Emily attested. "We would have remembered." Instructing a search of the house's interior, Detective Keller led the team into the abandoned abode. Dust blanketed every surface, furniture lay broken and forgot. Yet in the bowels of the basement, a chilling revelation awaited. Personal effects of the missing hikers lay meticulously arranged on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets. Each labeled with a name corresponding to those on the exterior wall. As technicians cataloged the evidence, a grim truth emerged beneath the harsh glow of ultraviolet light. Traces of blood staining the concrete floor, remnants of attempts to erase the past. While ground-penetrating radar yielded no subterranean graves beneath the house, cadaver dogs repeatedly alerted to a dense thicket at the property's rear. Amidst the escalating investigation, Detective Keller observed a disconcerting shift in Mason Wright's demeanor. He reported eerie phenomena, whispers echoing outside his dwelling, enigmatic footprints leading to his doorstep but vanishing without a trace, shadowy forms lurking in the periphery. The department assigned an officer to safeguard him, yet Mason's paranoia spiraled unchecked. A breakthrough emerged with the unearthing of buried land records in county archives. The house had belonged to a reclusive huntsman named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors spoke of fleeting encounters with a towering, gaunt recluse who shunned society. Blackwood vanished inexplicably 15 years prior, his disappearance left uninvestigated. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller led a deep delve into the surrounding forest. The search party stumbled upon crude hunting blinds strategically positioned along frequented trails. Within one blind, a journal lay, chronicling meticulous observations, hiker descriptions, routes, gear, and behaviors. The script bore a chilling resemblance to Victor Blackwood's sparse writings. Entries evolved from hunting techniques for wildlife to a macabre fixation on human quarry, elaborate accounts of selecting and stalking each victim etched across the final pages. A manhunt unfurled for Blackwood, spanning multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scanned the expanse, tactical units scouring every crevice and cavern. Yet the elusive figure remained beyond reach. Mason Wright ceased responding to calls. Officers dispatched to his residence found it deserted, his rooms devoid of life. Upon his bedroom wall, a fresh incision spelled out a single phrase: "The hunter becomes the hunted." Weeks passed with no trace of Mason. Then, within Blackwood's dwelling during a secondary sweep, forensic technicians unearthed a harrowing secret. Concealed behind a false panel in the basement lay a workshop stocked with woodworking tools, jars of preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a new name awaiting its place on the exterior wall. The name belonged to the lead forensic analyst who had probed the house during the initial investigation. The analyst had called in sick that morning, unreachable by phone. Authorities erected a vigilant perimeter around the house. Cameras surveilled every approach, motion sensors poised for any intrusion. The trap was set. 3 nights elapsed before sensors blared a warning. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, towering and gaunt, moving with an unnatural fluidity. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras faltered, then regained focus. The figure had vanished into thin air. To this day, the house remains under constant watch. Mason Wright and the forensic analyst slipped beyond the grasp of law enforcement. The pursuit endures, resources diverted as similar vanishings plague wooded realms afar. The names carved on that wall have become a whispered legend among investigators. Some officers dare not speak them aloud, while others shun the case entirely. Local hikers skirt the house's vicinity, fearful that mere mention may seal their fate among those silent, spectral names. Story 18. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a forgotten relic left behind by the house's previous inhabitants. Among its contents were faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and celebration, birthdays, family gatherings, mundane yet cherished memories. But as she reached the final photograph, the atmosphere shifted. In that eerie image taken in her own living room, the familiar furniture and decor stood unchanged, yet the family captured within was not hers. And there, lurking in the shadows, a figure stood in the hallway, a silent observer, a ghostly presence. Rebecca felt a shiver crawl up her spine as she gazed at the unsettling scene frozen in time. Her hands trembled slightly, causing the edges of the photograph to quiver in response. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, she carried the photograph down to the kitchen, where the harsh fluorescent light illuminated the uncanny resemblance between the setting in the picture and her own home. The archway, the molding, the bay window all mirrored perfectly. This was unmistakably her house, yet inhabited by strangers from the past. Enter Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator clad in a worn leather jacket, his gaze sharp and penetrating. With a meticulous air, he examined the photograph, turning it over to reveal a blank back. "What do you know about the previous owners, the Nelsons?" he inquired in a low, gravelly voice. Rebecca confessed her lack of knowledge, explaining that the Nelsons had relocated out of state before she moved in. Taking possession of the photograph, Morgan hinted at the possibility of identifying the enigmatic family captured within. The investigation unfolded quietly, unraveling a web of disappearances and unanswered questions. The house had changed hands over the years, each family vanishing without a trace after precisely 1 year of residence. The Sutherlands, the missing family in the photograph, had left behind no clues to their sudden departure. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to 15 years prior, revealing peculiar details that hinted at a staged composition. Enhanced imaging unveiled the shadowy figure in the hallway, tall, male, cloaked in darkness, a silent sentinel watching from the periphery. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a chilling pattern emerged. Families came and went, leaving behind a haunting legacy of unexplained absences. The house itself held dark secrets, rooted in its construction by a mysterious architect named Samuel Whitfield. Whitfield's shadow loomed large over the investigation, his presence felt in every vanished family, in every hidden room and concealed crawlspace. When the basement was breached, the truth emerged in a wave of decay and despair. The missing families, preserved in a macabre tableau, bore witness to a twisted legacy of obsession and malevolence. Rebecca, now a mere pawn in a sinister game, sought refuge under police protection as the darkness closed in around her. The eerie silence of the empty house echoed with whispers of the past, of a phantom architect who defied death and time itself. The Polaroid camera's mechanical whir punctuated the night, a sinister reminder that the watcher in the shadows was not done yet. The house stood as a silent sentinel, its windows veiled in darkness, its walls holding secrets that defied explanation. Samuel Whitfield, if that was truly his name, remained a spectral enigma, his legacy haunting those who dared to uncover the truth. And in the stillness of the night, new photographs developed in hidden rooms, capturing unsuspecting families and their unwitting fate, while the watcher in the shadows remained ever vigilant. The quest for truth had only just begun, drawing in those who sought to unravel the enigma of the man in the photograph, only to find themselves ensnared in a chilling tale of mystery and malevolence. Story 19. In the realm of mysteries that whisper through the night, there was a tale that unfolded like a dream veiled in shadows. It began with a mere pocket dial, a spectral transmission of static and muffled echoes that danced in the air. The operator, on the verge of dismissing it as a trick of the wires, hesitated as a voice pierced through the veil of silence. A woman's voice, shrouded in urgency, whispered frantically into the void, "He's here." And then, as swiftly as she had appeared, she vanished into the depths of silence. The enigma led the way to an empty house, a relic of solitude abandoned by time and memory. Its walls whispered secrets of bygone days, of a family named Sullivan who had fled its halls after a fire had devoured a part of their world. No footprints marred the dust-laden floors. No signs of intrusion disturbed the tranquility that lay like a shroud over the desolate rooms. Yet in the heart of the stillness, amidst the remnants of a forgotten life, there sat a phone on the kitchen counter, its screen aglow with an otherworldly light. The call had been made mere moments ago, a phantom echo of a voice that refused to be forgotten. Detective Morgan Reed, a seeker of truths woven in shadows, played back the haunting recording for the 5th time, each whisper etching itself into her mind like a ghostly caress. The voice, laden with desperation and fear, echoed through the empty halls, a melody of the unseen that sent shivers down her spine. The house, once a sanctuary for the Sullivans, now stood as a mausoleum of unanswered questions, its secrets buried deep within its silent walls. As the investigation unfurled its tendrils into the past, Detective Reed delved into the history of the Sullivan family, tracing the echoes of their lives through the annals of time. The number that had sparked the enigma led back to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter who had met her fate in a tragic car accident 3 years past. A specter from the beyond, her voice echoed from the void, a testament to the mysteries that lingered in the spaces between life and death. The evidence, a phone from a world long forgotten, held the key to a puzzle that defied logic and reason. The forensic team sifted through the remnants of the past, seeking answers in the whispers of the night. Fingerprints eluded their grasp, footprints vanished into the mists of time, leaving behind only the echo of a voice that refused to be silenced. The heart of the investigation lay in those 11 seconds of static and breath, a spectral symphony that echoed across the divide between the living and the dead. Voice analysis wove a tapestry of truth, confirming the impossible with a certainty that sent shivers through the hearts of those who dared to listen. The timestamp, a harbinger of fate, revealed a chilling truth: the call had occurred at the precise moment of Catherine's passing, a convergence of worlds bound by a thread of destiny. As the investigation unfurled its shadows, Detective Reed and her partner, Detective Walsh, ventured into the labyrinth of the past, seeking answers in the whispers of the forgotten. Interviews with those who had known Catherine painted a portrait of a life cut short, of love turned to ashes, of a darkness that lurked beneath the facade of normalcy. The turning point came in the form of a journal, a testament to a life lived in fear and shadows. Catherine's words, etched in ink, spoke of a love twisted into a nightmare, of a soul trapped in a web of deceit. The final entry, a plea from beyond the grave, whispered of a darkness that lurked in the heart of the one she had once trusted. Confronted with the echoes of the past, Mark Jennings, the specter of Catherine's life, found himself ensnared in a web of his own making. The journal, a mirror to his sins, reflected a truth he had long sought to bury, a truth that now stood before him, a specter of justice that refused to be denied. As the shadows of the past unfurled their tendrils, the truth emerged from the depths of silence. The buried phone, a relic of a life cut short, bore witness to a tragedy that had long been veiled in shadows. Deleted texts, a testament to a life snuffed out too soon, revealed a truth that could no longer be denied. In the heart of the darkness, justice awaited its reckoning. Mark's web of lies unraveled, his facade of innocence torn asunder by the weight of his sins. The whispers of the past, the echoes of a life cut short, converged in a symphony of truth that echoed through the halls of justice. As the gavel fell, sealing Mark's fate, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest, a beacon of light in a world veiled in shadows. Justice, a specter of the past, had finally found its mark, not through supernatural means, but through the voice that had refused to be silenced. And so the phone from the abandoned house, a relic of a life cut short, now lay dormant in the evidence locker, a reminder of the mysteries that linger in the spaces between light and darkness. The whispers of the past, the echoes of a life lost, now spoke in hushed tones of a truth that could no longer be denied. And in the stillness of the night, as officers passed by its silent form, they swore they heard it ring a spectral echo of a voice that refused to be forgotten. Story 20. The real estate listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints held no clue of its existence. Yet when the family unraveled the worn carpet, they stumbled upon a concealed door. A hefty, rust-covered handle beckoned. It took all three of them to wrench it ajar. Stale air billowed out, heavy with the essence of moist soil. Steps descended into the shadows. Storage was anticipated, but what greeted them was a solitary chair under a swaying light bulb. And on the wall behind it, a line of photographs of them, images taken from within their own abode. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban dwelling amid the winter's early darkness, where leafless trees stood stark against the chill sky. The two-story edifice, with its weathered facade and creaking boards, exuded a charm they had convinced themselves of. Character and history, they whispered. Little did they foresee the depths of history embedded within the house, or the violent collision it would have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene sealed off with fluttering yellow tape by the forensic team. Mrs. Mercer's tremulous voice had relayed the discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else ventures down there," Connors directed, slipping on latex gloves with precision honed by practice. Camera flashes punctuated the stairwell as the forensics captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned underfoot. The basement, a cramped space akin to a modest bedroom, featured concrete walls coated in flat gray, a solitary chair anchored to the floor at the center. Above it, the stark bulb cast harsh shadows that pirouetted with an unseen breeze. The focal point, however, was the row of photographs, 37 snapshots, meticulously arranged by date. "These go back nearly 4 weeks," observed Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps on the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer dozing on the sofa, Mr. Mercer at the dining table, the kids in their rooms." The absence of forced entry, shattered windows, or tampered locks confounded the investigation. The security system had never alerted. Nothing was stolen. Privacy was the sole casualty, along with the family's shattered sense of security. The basement bore multiple fingerprints, most belonging to previous occupants of the house. Records unveiled a turbulent history of 6 different owners in the past decade, each departing within a year, selling at diminishing prices. None had ever disclosed the existence of a basement. "We must interview every past owner," Connors decreed, flipping through her notepad. The case grew more unsettling as they delved into the past. Discrepancies riddled the property records, blueprints altered between sales, permits rescinded, inspection reports redacted. A pivotal breakthrough emerged during the interrogation of the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years prior. His complexion paled upon glimpsing the basement photos. "That room is a figment," he insisted, his hands quivering. "I gutted that place to the bone. There was no basement, no door, just earth and concrete." Data extracted from a memory card clandestinely stashed within the light fixture revealed hundreds more images on their evidence boards, not solely of the Mercers, but of prior families. Children sleeping, parents bickering, intimate moments, mundane routines, all surreptitiously captured by an unwelcome observer. The case took a grislier turn with the recovery of audio files from a weatherproof box buried in the basement's corner. Voice recordings from the master bedroom, kitchen, living room. The crisp clarity hinted at sophisticated microphones concealed throughout the residence, though none were found during the initial sweep. "We must tear down every wall," Connors urged, urgency taut in her voice. "Inspect air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The culprit has been surveilling these families for years." Beyond the photographic wall, investigators unearthed a narrow passage leading to a monitoring station, a desk, a chair, a laptop linked to wireless cameras, and a journal teeming with meticulous observations on each household that had dwelt within the premises. Their routines, schedules, disputes, vulnerabilities. The script mirrored the handwriting of the house's original builder, Edward Kelvin. Public records indicated his demise during construction, a detail increasingly dubious as the inquiry unfolded. No death certificate existed, no funeral arrangements undertaken. Edward Kelvin had vanished from official annals. The journal's concluding entries spiraled into incoherence. Phrases like "they never looked beneath" and "they never perceived me" recurred. The final page bore a solitary sentence: "The subsequent family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint scrutiny corroborated the detective's growing suspicion Edward Kelvin had never departed from the house he erected. He had merely retreated into its concealed recesses, crafting a maze of vantage points to monitor the families who presumed solitary occupancy. The manhunt spanned 3 days. They discovered him huddled within a crawl space betwixt the second-floor chambers, his frame gaunt and sinewy, adapted to navigating the narrow passages he had crafted within the walls. His eyes blinked against the glare of the torchlight, unaccustomed to direct radiance. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as though they were actors in his private drama. He described watching them with the detached scrutiny of a scientist studying specimens. He had not physically intruded, pilfered, or disrupted their lives. He had merely observed, recorded, documented. "They welcomed me," he informed the investigators, his tone soft and rational. "They inked the deeds, they became mine." A psychiatric evaluation deemed Kelvin to be plagued by severe delusions, perceiving himself as a custodian of the home rather than an interloper. The families were transient guests in what he deemed his eternal abode. The Mercers refrained from revisiting the property. Like their predecessors, they fled, taking only essentials in suitcases. The house stood vacant as the legal process unfolded. The trial unveiled the extent of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely through crawl spaces, observation points woven into the framework, meticulously devised ere the first brick was laid. The domicile had been crafted as a voyeuristic apparatus from inception, its inhabitants unwitting subjects in Kelvin's obsessive chronicles. At the jury's decree, Kelvin remained impassive. He had retreated into the labyrinth of his psyche, where he could still navigate the unseen corridors of a house that now existed solely in recollection. The property was eventually razed, the earth beneath it excavated and replaced. Yet, for the families that had dwelt there, the violation endured. They were haunted not by what was purloined from them, but by what lay concealed watching, eavesdropping, documenting their most intimate moments from within the walls they had trusted to shield them. At times, in hushed instants, they found themselves glancing skyward at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures of walls and ceilings, pondering if they were truly solitary now, pondering if they ever had been. Story 21. In the quiet solitude of her mother's attic, Sarah Winters stumbled upon a forgotten treasure trove of memories. A dusty cardboard box labeled Memories held the key to a past she thought she knew well. As she sifted through the faded photographs chronicling family gatherings from her childhood, a sense of nostalgia enveloped her. Yet amidst the smiling faces and flickering candles captured in the snapshots, there was something unsettling, a figure lurking in the background, a mysterious presence that sent shivers down her spine. The Polaroid from her 7th birthday party was the catalyst for her descent into a chilling mystery. At the edge of the frame, barely perceptible, stood a shadowy man, his features obscured by darkness. With each subsequent photo, he inched closer, his presence growing more pronounced yet unnoticed by the oblivious subjects of the images. Sarah's heart raced as she realized the eerie progression of this unknown figure through the captured moments of joy. Seeking answers, she turned to her father, hoping for a rational explanation, but his bewildered response only deepened the mystery. Desperation drove her to seek the help of Detective Marcus Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for detail. Rain tapped against the windows of the precinct as Sarah laid out the incriminating evidence before him, the shadowy figure haunting each frame like a specter from the past. As Detective Reed delved into the case, a sense of unease settled over the room. The figure's calculated movements through the photos hinted at a sinister purpose, a hidden agenda that defied easy explanation. With each revelation, the mystery deepened, leading them down a dark path of secrets long buried. Enhanced images revealed startling details: a scar, a ring, a faint reflection that hinted at a face long concealed. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, connecting the shadowy figure to a series of unsolved child abductions that had plagued the region decades ago. Robert Keller, a maintenance worker with access to the rental properties where the gatherings took place, emerged as the prime suspect, his dark past casting a long shadow over the innocent family photos. The discovery of buried items beneath Keller's former residence sent chills down Sarah's spine, confirming her worst fears. The missing children, long forgotten by all but their families, had finally found a measure of closure in the grim revelations unearthed by the relentless investigation. Sitting alone in her apartment, surrounded by the damning evidence, Sarah felt a sense of profound sadness wash over her. The shadow in the photos, once a hidden menace lurking in the background, had been exposed to the harsh light of justice. The truth, though bitter and cruel, offered a semblance of peace to those touched by the chilling legacy of Robert Keller. As she placed the photos back in the box, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered in the air. The invisible threat captured in frozen moments of time served as a haunting reminder that sometimes the most dangerous foes are the ones we fail to see until it's too late. And in the quiet of her apartment, the shadows danced, whispering secrets best left forgotten in the recesses of memory. Story 22. The motel stood in quiet disrepair, a forgotten relic where transient souls sought brief respite. The weary clerk slid the key across the counter with a cryptic warning. "Avoid the final door on the left." His words lingered in the air like a haunting melody. Intrigue tugged at her senses. That night, shrouded in shadows, she found herself drawn to that very door. The icy touch of the handle sent a shiver down her spine. To her eyes, it appeared no different from its companions, yet, as she pressed her ear to its surface, a faint breath whispered from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed entered the room with a heavy heart, navigating past the tape that marked the boundary of tragedy. The scent of iron and decay greeted her, a familiar herald of violence. Blood had seeped into the floor, a stark contrast to the pristine bathroom and undisturbed bed. A young woman lay motionless, her gaze fixed on eternity, a silent witness to the horrors of the night. Reed knelt beside her, a silent sentinel amidst the chaos. The forensic technician's voice pierced the stillness, recounting the grim details of another life cut short. 3 victims, a chilling pattern woven by a callous hand. The victim's elegant attire clashed with the motel's dreary ambience, a juxtaposition of worlds colliding in tragedy. The absence of theft hinted at a darker motive, a twisted drive lurking in the shadows. Back at the station, Reed pieced together fragments of a macabre puzzle. 3 women, 3 lives extinguished in the anonymity of cheap motels. The city whispered of a predator on the loose, preying on unsuspecting souls. The truth eluded her grasp, a specter haunting her every step. Autopsy findings brought clarity veiled in shadows. Strangulation, deliberate and personal, devoid of the usual marks of aggression. The killer's intent bore the mark of intimacy, a chilling revelation that sent shivers down Reed's spine. Days melded into nights as Reed delved deeper into the abyss of the investigation. Shadows danced on the walls, casting doubt on familiar faces. Elaine Werner's secrets emerged from the darkness. A clandestine affair with a man known only as C. Reed traced the threads of deception, weaving a tapestry of betrayal and deceit. Charles Emerson, a pillar of society, stood at the center of the storm. His charm masked a darker truth, a web of lies entwined with blood-stained threads. Reed's gaze pierced his facade, unearthing the darkness that lurked within his soul. Evidence mounted like a dam ready to burst. Emerson's veneer cracked under the weight of truth, revealing a monster hidden beneath the mask of civility. The room next to the last door on the left bore witness to his depravity, a chamber of secrets tainted by his vile desires. In the hushed confines of the courtroom, justice meted out its verdict. Emerson's stoic facade crumbled, revealing the emptiness that dwelled within. Life without parole, a sentence fitting for a man devoid of remorse or empathy. The echoes of the door on the left case reverberated through the halls of memory. Reed's footsteps echoed down hotel corridors, a silent specter haunted by the ghosts of the past. Behind locked doors, the keys to forgotten rooms lay dormant, a testament to the darkness that lingers in the human heart. Story 23. The new homeowners found it peculiar the way the old intercom crackled in the dead of night, a relic of the past, updated but forgotten. One evening, the husband's curiosity got the best of him. He pressed the button, and a whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you return?" Startled, he recoiled, hands trembling. His wife, standing behind him, softly uttered, "I never uttered those words." The Victorian manor stood amidst ancient oak trees, its aged facade concealing a modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had acquired the property at a surprisingly low cost, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the showing. The vintage intercom system, linking all rooms, had appealed to the history enthusiasts. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property, gravel crunching under her unmarked car's tires. The The call reported a possible break-in, but the dispatcher's tone hinted at a deeper mystery. Daniel Parker, tall and pale, welcomed her at the entrance, leading her through the grand foyer. It all began with the intercom, he recounted, guiding Detective Reeves. First static, then whispers, and eventually clear sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too. In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, hands gripping a steaming mug she didn't touch. We found something hidden behind the wall, she revealed abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and as he removed the drywall, her voice faltered. Concealed behind the wall, wrapped in decaying plastic, they discovered a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves wore gloves and delicately turned its brittle pages. The elegant yet frantic handwriting belonged to Alina, the presumed previous owner. The entries hinted at her growing fear that her husband Vincent intended to harm her. The last entry was 30 years old, Daniel explained. After that, silence. The former owners mentioned buying it from an elderly man who moved to a retirement community. The investigation unveiled that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed owned the house. Records indicated Vincent sold the house shortly after Alina supposedly left him, with no divorce, change of address, or financial activity in Alina's name post the journal's final entry. Detective Reeves mobilized a team to thoroughly search the property. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As investigators broke through the aged concrete, the truth emerged: a woman's remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton as a woman in her 40s with signs of head trauma. A golden wedding band found among the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly developed. Now elderly and residing in a care facility, he comprehended the charges. His response to the evidence sent shivers down the detective's spine. "She wouldn't stop talking," Vincent calmly stated. "Always chattering through that accursed intercom, checking on me, questioning me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself, wanting to always reach me no matter where I was in the house." His vacant gaze met theirs. "I just craved silence." In his confession, Vincent revealed how he fabricated Alina's abandonment, sending forged postcards from varied places to neighbors. He remained in the house, walking over the concrete where his wife lay buried. The trial was swift, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The judge noted the calculated crime and decades of deceit. Daniel and Meredith sold the house, unable to stay after learning its dark past. Before departing, they held a memorial for Alina in the garden, now restored post-investigation. The intercom was removed during renovations by the next owners. Workers heard static and whispers during the process, attributing it to tool interference. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before it was archived. Closing the folder, she pondered how the house had unveiled its secret across time. Vincent Blackwood faced justice because Alina found a way to be heard. Local law enforcement dubbed it the house that answered back. Detective Reeves occasionally drove by the property. She never halted but slowed down, window cracked, listening for whispers carried on the breeze. Story 24. The apartment lay silent and still, untouched for months before the new tenants ventured inside. Their expectations were low, an accumulation of dust, perhaps some abandoned furniture left behind. However, one door remained stubbornly closed, resisting all attempts to swing it open. It was a closet, locked from within, hiding its secrets behind a veil of mystery. When the landlord finally succeeded in prying it ajar, the tenants braced themselves for a mundane discovery. But what they found within sent shivers down their spines. The walls bore witness to a haunting tale, etched with deep, uneven scratches that spoke of desperation and confinement. And nestled in the corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator, had encountered many chilling scenes in her career, yet the sight before her stirred a primal unease within her. Not a drop of blood nor a trace of violence marred the scene, but the frantic claw marks on the walls painted a harrowing picture of someone trapped, fighting against invisible chains. "We need forensics on site immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the eerie marks on camera. "And fetch me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone glowed ominously. "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery man with perpetually clammy hands, nervously divulged that the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. A young woman kept to herself, quiet type, disappeared about 6 months back, he muttered, his gaze skirting away from the closet. No trouble, no noise. Forensics analysis unveiled a grim revelation: multiple blood samples intertwined with the scratches on the walls, mostly matching a single individual presumed to be the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported as absent by her workplace. Yet 2 distinct DNA profiles emerged from the evidence. One remained a mystery, untraceable in the system. The other belonged to a man who had met his demise 2 years prior, casting a shadow of disbelief over the investigation. "This defies all logic," Shaw murmured, scrutinizing the perplexing findings in the lab report. Derek Mercer, a convicted felon declared dead in a tragic accident, now left his genetic imprint on the closet walls, defying the boundaries of life and death. Inside Emma's apartment, fragments of her interrupted existence whispered tales of abandonment. Unopened mail accumulated, a lone coffee mug sat unwashed in the sink, and her bed remained meticulously, made a stark contrast to the chaos brewing in her absence. Phone records unveiled a pattern of regular calls with her sister, abruptly ceasing before her disappearance, interspersed with a flurry of calls from an unidentified number that heralded her vanishing act. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed. No name given, just described as intense and private. Surveillance footage from a nearby store chronicled Emma's return home one fateful evening, shadowed by a man in a baseball cap who skillfully evaded the watchful gaze of the cameras. The puzzle pieces began to align when partial fingerprints matching Derek Mercer were discovered on the closet's inner doorknob, linking him to the enigmatic web of deceit and tragedy. He staged his death, Shaw deduced. But why and how does Emma fit into his twisted narrative? The unidentified DNA sample unveiled a haunting connection to another missing person, Lynette Porter, who had vanished without a trace 3 years earlier. Her disappearance had faded into obscurity until her description resonated with witnesses who had glimpsed her presence at Emma's abode. Shaw connected the dots through meticulous scrutiny of traffic camera footage, tracing a vehicle registered under Derek Mercer's mother's name loitering near Emma's residence, with a figure resembling Derek surveilling the surroundings. The trail led to a secluded property owned by the Mercer family, where a grim revelation awaited them. Behind fortified basement doors, Lynette Porter languished in captivity, a mere shadow of her former self, subjected to the same torment that Emma had endured. "He forced me to witness," Lynette murmured, her eyes vacant, recounting the horrors she had borne witness to. "He wanted me to learn the price of defiance." As the evidence mounted diaries chronicling Mercer's obsession with dominance, photographs capturing the likenesses of Emma and Lynette, and chilling videos of Mercer subjugating Emma to his, while a manhunt spanning jurisdictions ensued, plunging the authorities into a race against time to apprehend the elusive predator. When Mercer was finally apprehended at a bus depot, equipped with a new persona and a one-way ticket to an undisclosed coastal haven, his possessions revealed a macabre intent. A roll of duct tape, a gleaming hunting knife, and a yellowed newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's disappearance painted a grim picture of his twisted fixation. During interrogation, Mercer maintained a veneer of eerie calmness, brushing off the accusations with a chilling nonchalance. "She penned that message herself," he claimed, referring to the cryptic text on the phone. "She yearned for salvation, yet she deserved none." The trial exposed the elaborate charade Mercer had orchestrated to feign his demise, leveraging the dental records of a destitute man who bore a resemblance to him. For 2 years he had prowled in obscurity, preying on unsuspecting women who mirrored his initial victim. Emma's fate remained a dark enigma, her final moments etched in the desperate marks that adorned the closet walls, a silent testimony to her futile struggle for survival. The jury swiftly delivered a verdict of guilt on all charges after a mere 4-hour deliberation. As the judge pronounced a sentence of lifelong incarceration without the possibility of release, a fleeting smile played across Mercer's lips, hinting at a satisfaction known only to him. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter confronted her tormentor in court. "He ensnared us in confined spaces, for his mind dwells in shadows. While he withers in his cell, I shall revel in the light." The harrowing case reshaped the investigative procedures for missing persons, emphasizing the scrutiny of relational ties and thorough searches of rental properties. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's residence as a somber memento, a stark reminder that the most bone-chilling crime scenes are not always drenched in blood, but marked by the frantic struggle of souls yearning for liberation. Story 25: The Unseen Doll. In the depths of the attic, concealed beneath a worn blanket, they stumbled upon it. A porcelain doll, fragile and ancient, with eyes of painted blue gazing wide and unwavering. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, regarded it with amusement, dismissing it as just another forgotten relic from the past. Little did they know that this encounter would unravel a mystery that transcended time. That evening, a peculiar sensation lingered in the air as they retired to bed. The stillness seemed to stretch endlessly, unsettling in its quiet embrace, and when dawn broke, the doll was no longer nestled in the attic's shadows. Instead, it sat ominously at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel of unknown origins. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the Victorian house's allure at auction, its intricate woodwork whispering tales of bygone eras. Despite whispers of a troubled history, they were drawn to the enigmatic charm woven into its very foundation, unaware that they were about to become entwined in its dark legacy. Detective Rachel Winters was summoned on a crisp autumn morning, greeted by a scene that defied logic. In the master bedroom, the female victim lay contorted in an unnatural pose, her eyes wide with terror etched upon her frozen countenance. Nearby in the hallway, the male victim appeared as though he had been fleeing from an unseen specter. The absence of struggle or forced entry puzzled the seasoned detective, leaving a haunting question lingering in the air. As Detective Winters meticulously documented the eerie tableau, a chilling realization dawned upon her. The victims seemed almost staged, like puppets in a macabre display. Each angle, each limb meticulously arranged, hinting at a malevolent presence orchestrating the sinister affair. The investigation unfurled like a tapestry of shadows, each thread weaving a tale of inexplicable dread. Neighbors shared unsettling accounts of phantom shadows and ghostly laughter echoing through the vacant halls of the house. Forensic examinations unearthed traces of antique fabrics, akin to those used in doll clothing, clustering around the victims, and the attic a silent testament to a sinister force at play. Delving into the house's history unveiled a pattern of tragedy shrouded in enigma. 3 prior owners had met untimely fates under mysterious circumstances, their deaths cloaked in inexplicable anomalies. A connection emerged, a common thread linking those who dared to alter the attic space, each meeting a grim demise at the hands of an unseen malevolence. A faded newspaper clipping whispered of a doll maker and his tragic past, a tale of loss and obsession that seeped into the very walls of the house. The final creation, a doll said to mirror his deceased daughter in eerie perfection, loomed like a specter from the past, its presence casting a haunting shadow over the unfolding investigation. Whispers of forbidden rituals and arcane practices swirled around the dollmaker's legacy, hinting at dark arts and unholy pacts that transcended mortal boundaries. The line between truth and superstition blurred, leaving Detective Winters grasping at elusive strands of a mystery that defied rational explanation. In a chilling turn of events, the doll vanished from police custody, leaving behind a void that echoed with the whispers of a malevolent force unleashed. Detective Winters, her final days clouded by the specter of the unsolved case, retired into the shadows, haunted by the enigma that had eluded her grasp. The house changed hands once more, its legacy of dread and despair shrouding it in an eerie pall. The attic, once a sanctuary of forgotten memories, remained a silent witness to the unseen forces that lingered within its walls. And on moonlit nights, a faint laughter would drift through the stillness, a haunting reminder of a past that refused to be forgotten. Story 26. The worn wooden plank shifted under her weight, revealing a secret beneath her feet. Intrigued, she knelt down to investigate, her fingers tracing the edges of the hidden space. The floor whispered of mysteries waiting to be unveiled. With gentle determination, she lifted the boards, exposing a shadowy chamber beneath the house. Dust danced in the dim light, cobwebs clinging to the forgotten corners. And there, amidst the shadows, lay a mattress, a chair, and a weathered notebook bearing her name repeated like a haunting refrain. Detective Morgan Reed observed silently as Sarah Coleman gazed into the darkness below, a sense of unease flickering in her eyes. It was more than just a hidden room, it was a violation of her sanctuary, a disturbing intrusion into her newfound solace. "Don't disturb anything else," Detective Reed cautioned, her voice steady yet tinged with gravity. A beam of light from her flashlight pierced the obscurity, revealing a mosaic of surveillance photos adorning the walls, snapshots of Sarah's daily life, captured in secret. A shrine of obsession concealed beneath the floorboards. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an enigmatic recluse who had passed away with no kin to claim his legacy. The property, vacant for months, had seemed innocuous, its history shrouded in silence. "I never met him, the former owner," Sarah murmured. "The neighbors said he kept to himself. I thought that basement entrance had been sealed off long ago. The inspection report never hinted at this." As crime scene investigators arrived, their tools echoing against the wooden floors, they meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, gathering evidence and artifacts. Forensic analysis unveiled a tapestry of fingerprints belonging solely to Walter Green, a specter of obsession haunting the shadows. The timeline revealed a chilling narrative. Walter had been watching Sarah for years, invisible yet ever present in her world. The fixation was escalating, the department psychologist explained somberly. From fantasy to tangible preparation, the hidden room suggests a sinister intent. Detective Reed delved deeper, unraveling the threads of Walter's past. An interview with a former coworker unveiled cryptic whispers of possession, of a belief that Sarah belonged to him. A key found in Walter's locker led to a storage unit, a macabre replica of Sarah's former life meticulously recreated within its confines. The calendar marked with a fateful date, the mannequin resembling Sarah, the echoes of a delusion long festering in Walter's mind, all pointed to a dark obsession that had spiraled out of control. Walter's history of delusion and fixation on unattainable love cast a shadow over Sarah's tranquility, a reminder of the fragility of safety in a world veiled in darkness. Sarah made the decision to sell the house, severing ties with a past tainted by shadows. As she stood in the empty living room for the last time, a shiver ran down her spine. What if I hadn't discovered the truth beneath my feet? She pondered softly. The case closed with Walter's death, marked as a chilling tale of stalking and unfulfilled intentions. Sarah, now a ghost in her own story, drifted away to a new horizon, leaving behind the whispers of a hidden room and a past she sought to bury. The cottage found new owners, oblivious to the secrets lingering in its walls. The hidden room lay dormant, sealed off from prying eyes, a silent sentinel of a bygone terror. Life moved on, but for those who knew the truth, the memory of the room beneath the floor lingered, a cautionary tale of shadows that dance unseen, of nightmares that fade with the morning light, and of a woman who narrowly escaped a fate entwined with a stranger's obsession. Story 27, The Enigmatic Whispers. The apartment exuded an ancient aura, its time-worn features enveloped in a cloak of mystery. The heating system emitted a low, mournful groan, and the pipes rattled with a rhythm as old as time itself. To the occupant, these sounds were familiar, almost comforting in their predictability. But one fateful night, a subtle shift occurred in the tapestry of sound that filled the space. A whisper, delicate yet unmistakable, drifted through the vents like a wisp of smoke. It was not the ordinary chatter of a neighbor or the distant hum of city life. No, this whisper was different. It carried a weight, a presence that demanded attention, calling out a name that seemed to hang in the air like a delicate thread. In the dimly lit apartment, Detective Morgan Shaw stood, a lone figure in the midst of emptiness. Her gaze fixated on the rusted vent cover, pried open with an eerie purpose. Around her, the forensics team moved with precision, capturing the scene in flashes of light. Alina Reeves, the missing soul whose absence had triggered this macabre discovery, had been gone for 7 long days before her scent betrayed her whereabouts. The secrets that lay within the ventilation system defied logic, hinting at a darkness that lurked beneath the surface. Officer Patel, his voice somber, recounted Alina's claims of hearing voices through the vents. Her pleas had fallen on deaf ears, dismissed as mere quirks of an aging building, but Shaw knew better. Kneeling beside the vent, she traced the jagged marks etched into the metal, a silent testimony to a struggle unseen. Fingernails, desperate and wild, had clawed at the cover from within, seeking escape from an unseen menace. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, had succumbed to a fear that had taken root in her very being. Her sister's trembling words painted a picture of a woman haunted by whispers, tormented by unseen eyes. Shaw's eyes swept the apartment, now a canvas of unanswered questions. The bed carefully made, the mug abandoned in the sink, and the chair a sentinel beneath the vent, as if awaiting a visitor from the shadows. The revelations from the forensics team only deepened the mystery. Fibers intertwined with the grating, a fingerprint foreign to Alina, all pieces of a puzzle that refused to yield its secrets. As Shaw delved into Alina's world through audio recordings, a chilling truth emerged. The whispers had been real, a sinister presence reaching out from the shadows of the building's history. The building, a silent witness to a series of unsettling departures, held within its walls a darkness that defied explanation. Tenants had come and gone, their footsteps echoing in the corridors of memory, leaving behind tales of voices that spoke from the very structure itself. Harold Weber, the enigmatic superintendent with keys to every door, stood at the center of Shaw's scrutiny. His veneer of calm cracked under her gaze, revealing a man entwined in a web of secrets too dark to comprehend. The discovery of a hidden passage within Aliner's bathroom unveiled a realm of nightmares, a clandestine space where someone had dwelled, unseen and unheard, crafting a twisted bond with those who called the building home. Weber's meticulously organized files painted a portrait of obsession, each entry a testament to a connection forged in shadows. His arrest, marked by a serene acceptance, hinted at a mind detached from reality, anchored in a world of his own making. Aliner's fate, sealed by a journey into the bowels of the building, echoed the stories of those who had crossed paths with the unseen entity within the walls. A predator cloaked in whispers, preying on the unsuspecting, orchestrating a symphony of fear. As the trial unfolded, Shaw bore witness to a man whose delusions had spawned a nightmare that transcended mere mortal understanding. The verdict, a swift condemnation of his crimes, offered little solace in the face of a truth too horrific to fully grasp. Weber's parting words, a haunting echo of his twisted legacy, lingered in the air like a malevolent specter. His prophecy of whispers that would endure long after his downfall, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lingered within the building's very bones. Now the once haunted apartment building stands silent, a monument to past horrors. Despite the facade of renewal, whispers still dance on the fringes of perception. Residents speak of voices carried on the wind, of shadows that move unseen in the night. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle a symphony of echoes that reverberate through time, a reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed. And so the residents tell themselves that it is nothing unusual, a mere trick of the mind in the dead of night. But deep down they know the truth that within the walls, the whispers of the past still linger, waiting to be heard once more.